Okay, assalamu alaikum, everyone. Peace be upon you all. I'm back, Jake, the Muslim metaphysician, with my friend here, Christian friend, Greg Stafford. So if you haven't seen, I had him on a couple weeks ago to respond to and debunk a lot of the lies and distortions that Trinitarian Christians have been spreading about figures like Justin Martyr, and not limited to him. And so this stream is going to be a continuation of that. We'll be responding to a recent live stream from Inspiring Philosophy, although I changed his name. I think he should be called Inspiring Dishonesty instead. Michael Jones and his good friend, William Albrecht. But with that being said, Greg, how are you doing? It's good to have you back.
I'm doing well, Jake. Thank you for having me back. I enjoyed our first discussion, so I'm looking forward to another informative talk about Justin.
Yeah, and so it's good to have you back. And a lot of people enjoyed the last discussion. We went in a lot of detail, but for people who are really interested in learning stuff, which I try to promote on my channel, yeah, we can have a little bit of entertainment and stuff like that. But I want people to, when they watch my videos, to be coming away learning something new, not just, the same sort of garbage or nonsense, right? So I think that a lot of people got something out of the previous stream that we did. And so I figured, hey, these guys are still barking and spewing lies. So I think it's our duty to continue to respond to the nonsense that they're spewing. So anyway, let's kind of jump straight into this because we have a lot of things to hit on. And let me just address the chat really quickly. Guys, I understand that these conversations can get heated. But I hope that the chat will remain somewhat respectful and that you guys are actually paying attention and trying to learn something. Also, if you want a specific comment or question to be addressed that you think, well, Jake and Greg haven't addressed this and it's bothering you and you think it's a really important point that we need to hit on, then please send your comment or question as a super chat. Not just because I want your guys' money or anything like that, but simply because there's a lot of people commenting in the chat, and your comment or question will not get highlighted unless it's sent as a super chat, and will most likely get lost in the mix because I'm going to be focusing on Greg and our conversation. I just don't have enough time to pay attention to all the comments in the chat. So I hope that's understandable. Somebody already sent one, not a question, but somebody said Achi Jake, which means my brother. It's also always good to see you. YB, thanks for sending that. And it's good to have you here. I hope that you guys are going to find this stream educational. And let's jump straight into it. I mentioned to Greg before we went live, this is a point at the beginning of their live stream that I want to play a minute or two from, because I don't know. I go back and forth if these guys are really that low IQ that they don't understand why Greg and I feel that this conversation about Justin Martyr is important, but also not for them. There may be some Muslims or some Christians who have a similar theology to Greg's that don't understand why Jake and Greg still keep speaking about this issue of Justin Martyr. So I want to play this clip and then Greg and I will address it. So let's take a listen.
Claims, but it's a very weird hill for him to die on. It really just goes back. Oh, it was. It for sure was. And we'll cover, we're going to review some of that, respond to some of his claims, but it's a very weird hill for him to die on. It really just goes back to, I think it goes back to that claim he made on the PBD podcast, and he just is doubling down on it and has to defend it. That doctrine of the Trinity didn't exist before in Nicaea. And it's like, why is he wasting so much time on this? The best he can do is just throw some ambiguity in there. And we could still cite several scholars. As far as I can see, it's the consensus of theologians since Justin Martyr that he was a Trinitarian. That's no doubt. Consensus for the past, 1900 years?
Oh, yeah.
So even if Jake somehow manages to pull like a Hail Mary and prove that Justin Martyr wasn't a Trinitarian, what does he achieve?
By the way, guys, I wouldn't pull a Hail Mary because I'm not a Catholic, and I don't pray to Mary or the dead saints like these guys. But we'll get to that maybe another stream.
Nothing.
Yeah, nothing.
At best, we'll say, okay, Justin Martyr was a heretic because we don't believe in the Trinity because of Nicaea, Tertullian, Justin Martyr. It's because it's taught in Scripture.
Amen.
So, like,
amen to that.
Amen. Yeah, we could totally just be like, okay, even if you were somehow managed to pull off this amazing feat, and you're right, it doesn't actually affect anything about Christianity, and it doesn't help Islam at all. So, like,
not at all.
Why is he dying on this hill that just is so irrelevant to both topics? Because he's fighting a losing battle. He's pushing against the consensus. He's got very little evidence. And as you demonstrated in the debate, it's very easy to tear his arguments apart.
Yeah.
So he's dying on a very odd hill. Like, it's not, even if he was somehow good at this, he wouldn't help him in showing Islam is true, showing the earliest Christians were Muslims, because that's not true, or showing that Christianity is false. So, like, what is he doing?
Yeah.
Okay, so let me answer that and explain to you, Dumb and Dumber guys, and maybe some of the honest audience that may not get it, who haven't been paying too close attention. And then I'd love to hear Greg's thoughts as well, but I think he pretty much would agree with me on this. Look, Michael is right that me proving that Justin Martyr was not a Trinitarian does not prove that Islam is true, does not prove that Justin Martyr was a Trinitarian, does not prove that the earliest Muslims, the earliest followers of Jesus were Muslims. That's not my claim at all. Now, I may try to make independent arguments for some of those points, and Greg and I may disagree on some of those finer details, but I'm not making that claim based on Justin Martyr. But what if I prove that Justin Martyr definitively was not a Trinitarian? Then what it does do is it debunks your Trinitarian pagan ideology and your claim about Christian history. Why? Because my claim is that if Jesus, peace be upon him, actually taught the doctrine of the Trinity, or that the Bible clearly does or did teach the doctrine of the Trinity at any point in history, then there are two things that we should expect. We should expect that there were an early Christian community that claimed themselves to be Trinitarians, that we had some writings or some evidence from them to demonstrate that there were early Christians in the first 200 to 300 years who actually believed in the doctrine of the Trinity. What I'm arguing is we find exactly the opposite. We find no evidence of that whatsoever. So that's the first thing. Second thing that we would expect to find is that the early Christian so-called scholarly figures, the church fathers, that they would be exegeting the Bible and explaining their theology along Trinitarian lines. But we find is exactly the opposite. Now, you do find a diversity of theologies in early Christian history. That's my point of view, that there's somewhat a diversity. But guess what? None of the diverse views that are present are Trinitarians. You have modalists. You have sort of proto-Aryan-like figures. You have mere man Christologies. You have those views early on, and we can argue about which one's the earliest. But what you definitively don't have are Trinitarian theology. You do not have that. So a lot of what happens in these conversations, Greg, between Muslims and Christians, I don't know, Trinitarian Christians, I should specify that. Historically, the debates that have been had in English in modern times over the past 30 or so years have been focused on the Bible and on how to interpret the Bible. And Muslims will bring up passages like John 17:3, that the only true God is the Father. And so what does that mean? Well, and if Jesus is a God, okay, he can't be the most high God, the only true God, as the Father. And then Trinitarians will respond with John 1:1, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. And then later on, and the Word became flesh and dwelt amongst us. So that proves that Jesus is God, right? Well, of course, you'll have your interpretation of that to refute them. And the Muslims will as well. And it's a back and forth, one biblical passage for another. Now, I'm not saying that that is not valuable in any context. But I feel that that's been done a lot over the years. And so what I said is that if I want to contribute something somewhat new or more niche to the discussion and the dialogue between Christians and Muslims on this whole Trinity business in the Bible, I'm trying to do it in sort of backdoor way. And what do I mean by that? Is that I'm arguing that no early Christians interpreted the Bible in the way that Trinitarians want to interpret those passages that they love to bring up. And therefore, that's good evidence that that's not actually the correct interpretation of those biblical passages. Because if it were, then why was nobody actually interpreting those passages along Trinitarian lines for the first 300 years? Where was the Holy Spirit guiding the church in the first 300 years? If it was so clearly taught in those passages, were all of the early Christians just bozos, like these Dumb and Dumber guys, that they just didn't understand how clearly these biblical passages were stating this? So anyway, that's sort of the reasoning that I have. And even if I prove definitively that Justin Martyr wasn't Trinitarian, as I said in my opening statement, that's just one chink in the armor. But if I show that Justin Martyr wasn't a Trinitarian, and Irenaeus wasn't, and Tertullian wasn't, and Origen wasn't, and boom, all of them, none of them were Trinitarians in the first 300 years of the Church of Canada, then now that is a very strong case. The Bible doesn't teach the Trinity, and that Jesus was not teaching the Trinity to his earliest followers. So I hope that's clear for everyone. That's why I'm interested in this. Obviously, my faith does not turn on whether or not Justin Martyr was a Trinitarian, but what it does do is it definitively disproves their nonsensical representation of Christian history and claiming that Jesus actually taught this doctrine and that the Bible teaches it when it clearly doesn't, and the Bible also clearly doesn't. But anyway, Greg, I want to get your thoughts on why this topic is somewhat important to you, being that you're not a Trinitarian, but so as a Christian, why is this topic important for you to address?
Well, let me start by saying that if they're so perplexed at why you're willing to die on this hill because they don't see that it has any value for you, why do they care? It should be a pretty easy opportunity for them to just make sure you die on the hill, right? But for some reason, they almost seem to be questioning you out of talking about it, and that's always a sign of fear. When people are afraid, they try to get you not to talk about things, So as for why this is important to me, the two reasons. One, it shows they're liars, that they lie about what other people taught and believed. So we have this church that took its essential form and shape and authority in the 4th century, telling everybody that these people that lived hundreds of years earlier taught and believed all these things that they now teach and believe. Well, that's a lie. They teach Roman paganism. Justin Martyr teaches Middle Platonism. So they're liars. That's number one. Like, real Christians don't lie. We're not perfect. We make mistakes, but we definitely don't deliberately lie. We don't plan on lying. Like if I know a source says that someone's another God, I don't lie and say it says another person, So that's a minor example. But this depth of lying that they've been doing for really centuries, right? Not only about people like Justin Martyr, whose works we don't have in their used form until the 14th, 16th century, compiled in the 14th, published in the 16th. They want to tell us that he was a Trinitarian. So we can look at him and see that he's not. So what do they do when we point out the things we see that show he's not? They do the same thing they do with the Bible. They just lie. So in John 1:1, when it says the word was with the God and was theos, neither one of those mean God, not the God he's with or the God the word is. Both of those terms, they articulated theos with the article and theos without. Both of those to Trinitarians mean a person of God. So it's not just a minor switch, it's like a transformation of a term into a genitive expression, which is loaded with assumptions related to their later doctrine. So we have this very pervasive system of lying that dominates the majority of Christian thinking in the Catholic, Eastern Orthodox, and these other pagan groups. So they lie about these earlier writers, and they lie about what the words they use mean, just like they lie about the Bible. And one last reason why it's important to me, they constantly attack me and, of course, Jehovah's Witnesses associated with the Watchtower, which I am no longer, but I still agree with them on some fundamental theology. They also love to attack the New World Translation on John 1:1 and say, we're polytheists, grammatically impossible, all this kind of stuff. So we've thrashed them completely on the grammar. That's over. They don't even have an argument there because, like I said, they do the same thing with 1:1b, ha theos, ton theon. So it has nothing to do with an arthrist predicate nominative preceding the verb, like that whole 1:1c thing was that we destroyed. So then they'll say, well, what about this polytheism? You got multiple gods there. Okay, well, so aside from the Bible, if we've got people like Justin within 100 years of the Bible writing about another God in the beginning with the beyond most high God, well, that sounds a lot more like New World Translation John 1:1 Watchtower theology than Nicaea, right? They absolutely reject that Justin teaches that is what we're reviewing here, which is ridiculous. But so we have this blatant lying about people, what they wrote, the words they use, connected with the Bible, same problem. But then we get this whole attack against people today who actually, I believe, are more closely aligned with the Bible's theology and with Justin. And then they say that both of those teach exactly the opposite of what they do teach and what we believe we can show they teach. So it's just this nonstop misrepresentation and deception over people, theology, and whether or not the Bible and writers soon thereafter are agreeable to Trinitarianism.
Yeah,
so
so I mean,
yeah,
and I think that is important because I pointed out in a recent video where Michael Jones was being dishonest and representing some guy who he brought on his channel. It's just consistent. I think what Greg's point is just a consistent. They're just consistently dishonest with the Bible, with representing the primary sources of people like Justin, and then even representing secondary sources from Trinitarian quote unquote scholars commenting on Justin. They're just every step of the way is just more dishonesty. Now, what I want the audience to ask themselves is, if the Trinity is true and it's so clearly taught in the Bible, then why the hell do these Trinitarians consistently have to lie and distort what the Bible says, distort what Justin says, distort what other people say about Justin? Why do they have to continue to lie if their doctrine is true and so clearly taught? That's what I want people to, maybe just a food for thought, for people to wake up and smell the coffee to see what's going on with these Trinitarian apologists. Now, I don't want to condemn all Trinitarians and say that all of them are like that, because there are some that are truly naive and just don't know any better. But what Greg and I are talking about is these Trinitarian apologists who actually get paid to lie about the Bible, to actually lie about what Justin says, right? That's who we're talking about. We're not talking about, like, the just average so-called Trinitarian that's in the pew at church on Sunday who doesn't really know any better. He may just be sadly mistaken, okay? We're talking about these people who are actually intentionally distorting what the Bible and people like Justin say, okay? So I hope that's clear. I hope that's a good introduction to why Greg and I feel that this topic is important to discuss. And let's jump into some other things, because we got a lot to get to. And Greg has a lot of, I think, interesting points to share with us. Now, I want to go to about 1340 here on the video. Let me just share my screen. And let's play this, and then I want to get Greg's thoughts on this issue.
Go it along. The other portion that I pointed out to Jake, that's very important, because this is how you do preparation for a debate. When he says another God, here is the mistake that Jake made and that Unitarians make. They think that automatically this is making him a tritheist, and what he's doing is he's holding the Father in the first place, and the Son is a lower kind of God, a tiny g, if you will, God that is part of creation, kind of along the lines of the belief of Paulo Samosata. Definitely not Arius, but Jake doesn't know any better. But he's wrong there as well. What he failed to realize, and I tried to bring it out in the debate, is that here Justin is merely quoting from Philo of Alexandria. Trypho, his interlocutor, would have been very well aware of the writings of Philo. They both were aware of them. And in the very writing from Philo that Justin is quoting from, the Greek can be found to be exact. Heteros theos. Heteros theos, another God. But does it mean another God in the sense of a completely different divine entity, a lower one? Not at all. The way Philo used it was to refer to another person in the Godhead. That is how Philo used it. And by the way, when you plug those terms into the thesaurus lingua grecem, guess what? Only two hits come up, Justin and Philo. Justin very clearly was borrowing from Philo, and I pointed that out to Jake. Jake didn't get it. And the reason he didn't get it is because, and I'm not saying you need to know Greek, but if you're going to try to argue from the Greek, you better know a little bit of it. Jake didn't know any of it. He thinks that heteros theos is equivalent to the Greek deuteros theos, which means second God. They are not equivalent. And the way St. Justin the Martyr is using this here is to refer to another person of the Godhead. And that is very clear from the context. How do we know he's referring to another person? And Jake, by the way, Jake proved it for me. Later on in the very same text, he uses words to indicate that there is a distinction in personhood. By the way, here's the one thing I noticed, brother, over and over in the debate.
Okay, Greg. So that was a couple minutes there about their what they're trying to say about Philo and another God, and William's trying to act big and tough about Greek. So what were your thoughts on that section there?
Okay, so on Philo, Doc, here we go. Let me just say this on William. So he's now admitting that Justin is using, he's quoting from Philo, right? He's saying that Justin and Philo, like Father Coppus, right? Father Coppus, when they appeared, he basically said, then William does too, Philo's a Trinitarian, right? Which is absurd. But when I showed up on Sam's show and after you destroyed William in this whole debate, and William showed up and started arguing with me off without the text in front of us, I said that Justin calls him another God, deuteros theos, and William seized on the deuteros and tried to say, I was wrong. I don't know what I'm talking about. You know Greek, Greg. You should know it's not the same as heteros. And I'm sitting there thinking, well, I haven't, text is not in front of us. Not why I'm here. And deuteros and heteros are synonyms, right? So Philo uses deuteros theos. Justin uses heteros theos and allos theos, as I'll show and have shown. They're all synonyms. Anyone who knows anything about Greek knows this. William does not know Greek. Okay, he's a liar and a fraud. I'll put myself live anytime on your show or anyone else's show. You pick a random Greek text and you put it right up in front of both of us, and you let us both have a crack at it. You'll find out real fast who knows what and who's a liar. So there's my one challenge to William. Any day, anytime, pal, you're a fraud. Anyone who can look at you, we can tell you don't know Greek. You can read it. You seem to be able to sound out the letters. I doubt you even know all the names of the letters of the words. You cannot grammatically analyze these texts like me and Jake do. We get up here live and we look at these texts and we break them down. You never do that, William, because you can't. Okay, and you're going to insult me really bad later, so I'm going to let it out right now. But he attacked me on that show and said, I should have known that. I should have known heteros and deuteros are not the same. They are the same. He didn't know that. So now he does know that because Father Coppus probably told him. And so now he, like Father Coppus, is using Philo and claiming Justin and Philo are Trinitarians who both use deuteros theos and heteros theos to mean a second person of the Trinity. It's exactly what I told him when I was on Sam's show, that they mean the same thing. They don't mean person like he wants them to mean, whether it's deuteros or heteros, it's theos. So he showed how ignorant he was of Greek when I showed up on Sam's show and he claimed I was wrong for saying deuteros is a synonym with heteros. It is. He now seems to understand that, right? Unless what? Is he saying that question and answers in Genesis, book 2, chapter 62 in Philo, deuteros theos, ton deuteron theon in the Greek fragments? Is he saying that's different from this alleged use of heteros theos and Philo that he doesn't cite? Once again, with William, we have no idea where he's getting this stuff from, right? We had to literally go and search and try to find out where in Philo is this guy coming up with heteros theos, right? He claims he did a thesaurus lingua graecae search. Oh, okay. Well, so William, can you just like show us the search you did, right? Why is it so hard for William to document anything? I think it's because he can't document anything, and that's just the way he does it. So now William has proven he didn't know deuteros and heteros were synonyms in Justin and Philo like I did when I was with him and Sam. That's literally exactly what I told them. And they're sitting there attacking me. And then they attacked me after and did videos like I didn't know the thing they don't know and that now they do know. And what's so funny is that even though William's admitting he was wrong, later in this stream you're playing, he attacks me again and says I didn't know that Justin used heteros versus deuteros. We didn't have the text in front of us. They're synonyms, and I used a synonym that you didn't know was a synonym, William. So you're stupid there. I did know. So how do I not know Greek, but I know they're synonyms? You know Greek and didn't know they're synonyms. Now you know they're synonyms, and you're still claiming I don't know Greek and got it wrong. It's like the most crazy thing you can imagine, right? I mean, these guys are getting blown out, so they just can't handle it. But I do have here texts from Philo that show very clearly he is not a Trinitarian, right? So we now know for sure William and Father Coppus and whoever else agrees with them accept that deuteros theos and heteros theos are synonyms in Justin and Philo. They would have to be because, well, they're both Trinitarians, right? So this is why I tried to tell them that they're really stupid, as we know. So now, in terms of Philo, he says, I'm quoting here from On the Doctrine That Dreams Are Sent from God, De Somnis 39:1, 28 through 228 through 239. He says, a very glorious boast for the soul that God should think to appear and converse with it, and do not pass by what is here said, but examine it accurately and see whether there are really two gods. Duo AC Theou. And then he says, for it is said, I am the God who was seen by thee, not in my place, but in the place of God, as if he meant some other God. Now, I believe this is where William is getting his heteros, theos, and Philo. I'm quoting Philo. He says Philo's a Trinitarian, uses heteros, theos like Justin, both mean second person. He doesn't discuss Philo's use of ton deuteron theon, though, right? It's like he knows he got smacked and he knows he got embarrassed over that, so he wants to run from it. But it very clearly says right here in the source I quoted from Philo, De Somnis 39:1, 228 through 239. This is 228. He says, he said, let's find out if there's really two gods here. And then that's exactly what he goes on to do. two gods, duo, just like Justin uses, ase, are, theou. Theoi, I'm sorry. Whether or not there are two gods. It's really small print. And then he says, he quotes a text where it says, I am the God who was seen by thee, not in thy place, but in the place of God, as if he meant some other God. Now, the translation that the shop translation reads that say that, some other God, it doesn't really say that in the Greek. What it says is, it's in the Greek text itself, and I have it here if you want to bring it up, but we're looking at 228 of Philo. He refers to the place of God. He quotes it. And then he says, he uses theou, right? In the place of God. And then he says, as if he meant some other. He doesn't say other God, but God is the prior reference. We refer to that as anaphoricity, like prior reference that can be referred to by like a pronoun or something that's less specific. So he doesn't actually use heteros theos in Philo de Somnis 39, 228, 1, 228. He just uses theou and then heteru in a separate clause that refers back to it. So I don't know if this was the text that Williams says he found. He said he searched heteros theos in the TLG and only Philo and Justin came up. Okay, well, if you searched heteros theos or theos heteros and it came up in Philo, we need to see that. Maybe it's there, but the text I'm looking at doesn't say that. It does say another God by context, God, and then it says as if some other. So it's not actually another God like he does later or that Justin does. He just says God and then refers to it as another. And so thereby another God. So I don't know what William's talking about. I think he lied. But if he really did find an actual use of heteros theos, like a description of theos with heteros, not an anaphoric use of heteros referring back to theos in the context, then I need to see that. William never cites his sources. He's terrible. And so he has again cited as evidence what hasn't been put in evidence. So we don't know if it actually even exists. The one text that I think he might be referring to explicitly says they're inquiring on whether or not there are two gods. Duo ac theoi. And then goes on to say, he said, I am the God who is seen by thee, not my place, but in the place of God, as if he meant some other God. So what are you talking about, William? If this is your heteros theos text in De Somnis 39, 1, 228 on the Doctrine of Dreams, what are you talking about? He says right here, we're going to show whether or not there are really two gods. Duo ac theoi. And then he says, he's talking about some other God. And he refers to him as God and then heteru. And then he says, right after that in 229, I'm in De Somnis on the Doctrine of Dreams, Philo, chapter 38, 9, book 1, 228 through 239. This is 229. He says, what then ought we say? There is one true God only, but they who are called gods by an abuse of language are numerous. On which account the Holy Scripture on the present occasion indicates it is the true God that is meant by use of the article. The expression being, I am the God, ha, theos. But when the word is used incorrectly, it is put without the article. The expression being, he was seen by thee in the place, not of the God, to theou, but simply of God, theou, referring right back to 228 that we just quoted with heteru theou. In other words, Jake, he's not only right here proving he's talking about two gods, duo theoi. Sorry, boys, you're crazy. He refers to that, one of those duo theoi as heteru, qualifying theou from earlier. Then he says, only one of those is true, the one with the article. And then he gives an example. He was seen by thee in the place not of the God, to theou, like he just quoted in 228, but simply of God theou. So right there, he's saying there's more than one God. The true one is specified with the article, But that other one, you know, when it says incorrectly, that just means he's not the same as the true one. What he refers directly back to that quote from 228 and shows that when it's talking about that other God, that's the one without the article. It says it explicitly right there in 228 and 229, and it differentiates him from the true God who is with the article, whom he describes as ha aletheia theos, just like John 17:3. So here again, right, we have Philo of Alexandria, literally living in the 1st century CE, the New Testament era. He's referring to multiple gods, duo ac theoi. He calls one of those a heteros, doesn't describe theos that way, but he refers to it as another god. And then he contrasts those two, those duo. One is the true God, aletheia theos, with the article ha, or two in this example. The other is not God with the article, the other God. So this is that's just like Justin, right? These Philo and Justin are like these are like proto Watchtower people. They're like proto NWT here with their use of the article and non-use of the article. Something Origen does as well. He says this exact same thing.
Exactly.
My debate with Rob Bowman. He had no response. So we've got Philo, we've got Origen from the 1st to the 2nd century saying this article with theos, hey, that's a really big deal. Like in John 1:1, Origen even refers directly to John 1 when he says that. But that doesn't mean, of course, that the beyond all God is never referred to out the article. He's talking about when they're referring to them together or in ways where they relate to each other. Like in the text he quotes about being in the place of God. So either way, we have 1st century and 2nd century evidence that biblical Jews like Philo, Middle Platonists, and Christian Greeks like Justin, Middle Platonists, agree with the Watchtower and New World Translation that there is a second God that's not the true God, and that can be differentiated from that true God without the article and the true God having the article. So, and just a couple more passages from this same account. I'm in 230. This is the same section of Philo. I'm just reading straight through. De Somnis, chapter 39, book 1, 228. I'm in 230. Listen to what he says. Right after that whole point about the article in 229, and the whole point about two gods and one being another God in 228. In 230, he says, and what he here calls God is his most ancient word, not having any superstitious regard to the position of names. And then in the Greek, that description, what he here calls God is his most ancient word, is ton presbytatan autou logon, the eldest of him, the word, right? Like presbyter, right? Elder, like in the Bible, the word presbyter, that's what's used. But it's used in the superlative sense. Presbytatan. So you have the regular sense, and then you have a comparative sense, and you have the superlative, the highest sense. Right. He's using the superlative with presbyter and saying the logos is the oldest of his words. But that's important, because if you go down now, same section, but if you go down to 239, look at what he says. For the word of God is over all the world and is the most ancient. There's that same description again, presbytatas, and the most universal of all the things that are created. The Greek is undisputable. Esti tu cosmou kai presbytatas kai genikotatas ton hasa gegane gamma epsilon gamma omicron nu epsilon. So it says the word is the most ancient of all created things. Ton hasa gegone. So there is no way Philo's a Trinitarian. There's no way Justin is either, but I would even say less Philo, because, well, it's hard to say. He's a little more descriptive, I think. He clearly believed there were two gods. He clearly believed one was another god that was inferior because he doesn't have the article and the true God does. He believes that this other God is the Word, who's the most ancient of all creations. And then he says, right before that, in 239, right before that, I forgot to read, he says, those who are unable to bear the sight of God look upon his image, his angel word as himself. And then right after that, he says the Word is over all the world and is the most ancient and the most universal of all things that are created. And then finally, from Questions and Answers in Genesis, Book 2, Section 62, Philo says, all this we can bring up if you need to. He says, why is it that he speaks as if some other God, saying he made man after the image of God, and not that he made him after his own image? Very appropriately, and without any falsehood, was this oracular sentence uttered by God. For no mortal thing could have been formed on the similitude of the Supreme Father of the universe, but only after the pattern of the second God, who is the Word of the Supreme Being. We can only be made images after that God. That's very Middle Platonist, as you know, and from Justin. So he says, no one can be formed after the image of the Father of the universe, but only after the pattern of the second God, ton deuteron theon. Now, I don't know if William just doesn't know how to use the thesaurus lingua graecae, or it doesn't contain Philo's Questions and Answers on Genesis. I didn't see it on there. And there might be a reason for that, because while you can get it in the Loeb Classical Edition, we showed it in our last show, and you can very clearly see on this reference, the footnote gives the Greek and says it's from the Greek fragments. The problem is, the reason why it's hard to pull up Question and Answers on Genesis like other texts from Philo and just look at it, is because it's fragmentary. So we have Greek fragments that very clearly say ton deuteron theon, second God, not in question. But other parts of Questions and Answers on Genesis are in Armenian or Latin. So it's not a homogeneous text in that sense. It doesn't change the fact that we have the text in multiple languages and that part in Greek, ton deuteron theon. So Philo calls him both deuteros theos and heteros theos, although I don't see it as a direct qualifier, but a contextual qualifier, proving they're both synonyms, just like I told William, who didn't know that when I told him that, which is why he got so upset and claimed that he taught me something that really he didn't know, and that I taught him, and that he's just finding out. But he also says, in addition to deuteros theos and heteros theos, again, De Somnis 39:1, 228. But examine it accurately and see whether there are really two gods. E to anti duo ac theoi. There's two gods there. He even uses the plural for theos, theoi. Right after that, in the exact same sentence, it looks like there's a semicolon breaking it up, he refers to the heteros theos. So he says, let's see if there's two gods. And then he immediately refers to the second God, the heteros theos, the first one being referred to right before the two gods. I don't know what these guys are talking about. I think they're just liars, like you said. Some of them, some may be stupid. I think William is kind of dumb and dishonest because, again, he says things that are just so blatantly ridiculous. You know, I hate to call anyone stupid, especially a grown man they're clearly like they can talk, right? They're not like, mentally retarded. But the problem is, the only other option we have then is that these are really, really dishonest people that are telling us that Philo's a Trinitarian who teaches two gods, dua, esai, theoi, and that there's another God who's not the true God, and you can distinguish them by means of the use or non-use of the article, and that the one who doesn't get the article, who's not the true God, is in fact the oldest of all creation, right? And a second God. So Philo says there's two gods, dua, ac, theoi. He calls the God without the article, who's not the true God, heteros theos, or heteros at least. and he calls him deuteros theos and the oldest of all creatures. Does that sound like a Trinitarian to you, Jake?
Not at all. And it's just amazing, Greg, how, these guys admit, okay, well, Justin is using Philo as a source. He has a similar theology to Philo. I think that's mostly true, and we can even grant that. But they actually think that that's in their favor. They're like, see, we found Justin's source is Philo, and Philo's a Trinitarian. So if he's a Trinitarian, then Justin must be also.
Well, we're the ones who knew he was using Philo.
Exactly. Exactly. But the funny thing is they think that this is a point in their favor. Now, let me say this boldly to the audience, guys. If Philo was a Trinitarian, then I, Jake Brancatella, and Oprah Winfrey. Okay, that's honestly the comparison that we need to be making here. If Justin and Philo were Trinitarians, then you guys can consider me Oprah Winfrey. There's really no difference because this is how absurd the claim is, as Greg just very nicely and in a detailed fashion quoted several texts from Philo, demonstrated that he believed in multiple gods, that the word was, I think, similar to Justin in that respect, maybe the oldest of God's creations, the first created being of God, the Father. But all of that just proves that he wasn't a Trinitarian. Like, I don't know. I must be in a whirlwind or something, Greg, because it's just absolutely crazy how people could say with a straight face, yes, Justin had a very similar theology to Philo and was using them as a source for this another God business, and that they're both Trinitarians. I mean, I just don't understand how any honest Trinitarian scholar worth anything would claim that Philo was a Trinitarian. I mean, if he was a Trinitarian, then we could just include almost anybody and everything as Trinitarians. It's just so crazy and ridiculous.
Unless they disagree with it. But I mean, they don't have any history. They always talk about how we don't have a history. They don't have any history of Trinitarians, so they have to just make them up and lie about people and claim that the most non-Trinitarian people, like Justin and Philo, were Trinitarian, when everything we're reading was like it's
exactly the opposite.
A watchtower almost in terms of multiple gods and stuff, right? It's very 100%. Similar, and they don't care.
100%. Now, I want to show this, Greg. I mean, we showed it last time, but it's like, repetition is good, to be fair. So especially with these guys, we got to repeat some of these things. And I'm sorry for some people in the audience that are wondering, why are you repeating some of these points? It's because they continue to lie. So we have to continue telling the truth in that respect. Now, this is from an article which William published on his own website from Father Kappas. And in quoting the text right here from Justin of, I shall attempt to persuade you, since you have understood the scriptures of the truth of what I say, that there is, and that there is said to be another God. Okay, great. Let's look at the footnote. What does Father Kappas say? See Siegel, two powers in heaven, which is a quote there. Philo can use the same argument and the same term, second God, deuteros theos. I provide the passage in question in the appendix below. So Father Kappas is quoting Siegel's work, Two Powers in Heaven, okay, which
he gets that wrong though. That footnote, he says the Greek is deuteros theos. It's hot. Well, it's in the accusative, but it has the article, so he didn't include that correctly. It should be deuteros theos. Okay,
fine, fair enough. But the main point that we're trying to make is that Father Kappas is admitting that there's a similarity between deuteros theos of Philo and heteros theos of Justin, right? So when you guys were trying to bash Greg and you're trying to make this big to-do about this important distinction between the two, your own scholars are refuting you. So that's one. But we don't want to leave Mikey out of the mix, inspiring philosophy. So I want to show an example from him, okay? And this is for a stream that he did with Michael Bird, okay? And this question was brought up. Let's take a listen.
Jesus is anointed, much appreciated. Another one here from Eddie. Didn't Justin Martyr say that Jesus is another God? And if you want, I can put that quote on the screen for you here.
Yeah, he did. He said he's like a second God. Philo says something similar about the Logos. He calls him a second God. Here's the problem. Like I said.
Wait, so did you guys hear that? So he's asked the question about Justin calling Jesus or the Son another God. And what does he respond with? Yeah, he did. He called him a second God. Now, to be fair, he doesn't use that exact terminology. But in terms of content or substance, there's really no significant difference between the two. And that's why Michael Bird and Father Kappas are using them somewhat interchangeably, okay? Even though Justin doesn't explicitly use that same terminology. Another God, well, if there's a first God or there's one God and then there's another and they're not the same, then the other has to be a second one. I mean, it's just, I know sometimes Trinitarians struggle with math because they can't seem to understand how they actually do believe in three separate and distinct gods, but that's another story. But very clearly, Justin is saying another God, and then Michael Bird is saying deuteros theos, a second God, and then he likewise makes the analogy or comparison with Philo. So we're granting it, guys. You're making our day by admitting that Justin is borrowing essentially from Philo, but then you just have to make the more ridiculous claim, which is that Philo was a Trinitarian, which nobody with any sense whatsoever or knowledge of what Philo had to say about God would buy that whatsoever. I mean, the preposterous claim that Justin was a Trinitarian, and then you have to make it worse by trying to defend the notion that Philo was a Trinitarian. I mean, honestly, it can't get much worse. Now, I'm going to play further from this section later, Greg, but I just wanted to note from the outset that portion there where Michael Bird and Father Kappas and all of these guys are admitting that Justin's using Philo, and they're also saying second God and using it somewhat interchangeably. So these guys are just being destroyed by their own scholars.
Let me just point out, too, that Philo also uses deuteros and heteros as synonyms. So even William said that. He doesn't bring up deuteros because I think he's afraid of that. But so if Philo uses deuteros and heteros synonymously, what are we saying? Justin doesn't agree with that? So Philo uses deuteros theos, and he uses heteros to qualify theos contextually, and he uses dua ac theoi. There are two gods. Justin also uses dua. He also uses heteros for theos, and he uses deutera for the place of the Son relative to the Father, deutera chora. So William is actually, unless he's got a text, right? Unless he's got a text we don't know about because he didn't cite it. It says heteros theos, like an attributive relation with heteros qualifying theos as an adjective. If he doesn't have that, and all he's doing is using the text I showed earlier where Philo says, in the place of God, there's another, and that doesn't adjectively qualify it, but that's talking about it, then there's no difference between Justin Martyr saying deutera chora and then just saying that deutera attracts to his heteros theos elsewhere, because they're all talking about the same thing, even if they're not specifically grammatically said that way, you know. So it's so interesting to see William just collapse over this. It just shows he doesn't know Greek, right? He didn't know deuteros and heteros were synonymous. He didn't know that Justin relied on Philo, or he never would have objected to deuteros theos, right? Because he would have immediately interpreted that in a Trinitarian sense for Philo. So where else why would I be saying deuteros theos and not a Trinitarian sense if Philo's a Trinitarian? What was he so upset about is what I'm wondering, right? If second God means second person of the Trinity, and it doesn't, but if you think it does, then why are you so upset for me saying deuteros theos? It's literally in the source we're discussing, the quoted source that we're discussing, or the reference source that Justin relies on for much of his thinking, or at least consistent with Philo's Middle Platonism. So I'm just wondering, what was William's whole point at that time in Sam's at Sam's show? Why was he so upset when I said second God, when that Trinitarian you just showed with Inspiring Philosophy, I think it was, said the exact same thing, but he means a Trinitarian type sense, or at least he doesn't see Justin meaning that. I just don't know. I think William, he's so desperate to score a point, right? That he just doesn't have anything else he can really latch onto. But all he's doing by maintaining this ridiculousness is showing how uninformed he was about heteros and deuteros being synonymous, and Justin and Philo being Middle Platonists who are in agreement with second God, another God. So there was really no reason for him to act like that at all. I think he just doesn't really have a grasp of these things. He's kind of learning as it goes along and these issues come up. So he's trying to put it together now after the fact. But I mean, he's contradicting himself, right? He's saying that Justin agrees with Philo, but yet he totally objected to my reference to Justin and Philo's use of the same term or synonymous expression. So I think it's desperation, and I hope they keep doing it. It just makes them look like they don't know what they claim to know.
Right. Now, we got a comment here. Brother Jake, salam alaikum, wa alaikum salam. Based on what Greg was reading, this only implies that Philo either was a binitarian. I think he just meant to say was a binitarian. Is this correct? I wouldn't even use that terminology because I think that is potentially misleading. If you mean by binitarian, the fact of how a Trinitarian would say that there could be two persons, Father and Son, that those two persons are both God, the same God, co-equal and co-eternal, then no, Philo was not a Trinitarian. He believed, as Greg pointed out, that the Son or the Word, in his terminology, the Word, the Logos, was the first of God's creatures. Okay, it was the oldest of God's creatures, the first created being of God the Father. He did not believe that he was the same God as the Father, as Trinitarians claim. So no, I would not use the term binitarian. And also, Greg, this is something I noticed even amongst people who admit, who explain the theology of Justin Martyr or Philo in the same way that we would, but then they'll use terms like binitarian. And I'm like, why are you guys using this terminology? It's so misleading when, by the context of what you're saying, you're also admitting that Justin and Philo did not believe that the Son or the Logos was the same God as the Father, that he was a created being, that he had a beginning in time, and so on and so forth. So no, I would not use the term binitarian whatsoever, because I think it's unnecessarily conceding ground to Trinitarians, and it actually could be misleading people into thinking that, well, they didn't fully have the Holy Spirit down, but they thought that the Son or the Logos was a second person and that he was co-equal and co-eternal and the same God as the Father. No, that's not correct at all. So I would not use that terminology. I don't know if you agree with that, Greg.
I agree pretty much 100% with what you just said. So I would just quickly add, for this kind of, like, so there's either separate spirits, i.e. separate gods, depending on what you mean by that, but we'll just say there's either a separation or there's not in their nature. If they're sharing the same nature, that's when you're getting into Trinitarian, binitarian, depending on how many people, right? Right. So when Sam and others, they see these references like by Siegel, Two Powers in Heaven, right? I read that book 30 years ago, right? Sam's just starting. So when they see that, or when they see these things in Philo, they don't know how to interpret it any other way than the Trinity. And since they don't want to have a conflict with people who are earlier than them and closer to us, they just lie like they do with the Bible. So the Bible doesn't have the Trinity anywhere, but they read it into everything, right? So with this Trinitarianism, unless Philo or Justin or anybody, but those are the two we're talking about, unless those two or who we're talking about say these two are sharing the same nature or essence of being, and so they're really not two beings or gods. They're two persons or something like that. It has to be. If it's not, then it's not there. Then the only understanding that could be there is the understanding that everyone has, and that is that these are separate beings. There's no other understanding even historically to think inside of. So without that, without the consubstantiality, you never have a Trinitarian binitarianism. It has to be nature sharing, or you have a separation and more than one.
Exactly. Now he asked a clarifying question, but I think he said, "Can we say then he was a dualist?" Look, I don't think we should even be worried about the terminology or trying to use like a very specific term and then project it back onto these authors. Just
Yeah,
make
right.
sure that when you explain it in terms of the correct content that Greg and I are describing it. Don't get bogged down into having to pick a specific term. But if you were going to choose one, even though I don't think it's perfect, I would say that Justin and Philo were henotheists. Now, I don't think that that's necessarily a perfect term because that can also be misunderstood in some sense. But I think it's maybe the best term that we have to, if you just wanted to just give, boom, just a quick one-word summary, I would say they were henotheists. They believed in one most high God, and then they believed in others that could be called God in some sense, but never on the same status as the most high God, and they're these lesser divine beings. That's the position, and that's, I think, most closely can be used with the terminology of henotheism. So that's what I would say. I don't know what you think about that, Greg.
No, I agree. Philo even says, as we read, that there's one who's the true God and who has the article, and then there's another who's in the place of God without the article. There's two gods, dua esi theoi, and one is another, or a heteros deuteros. So he definitely, I believe, thinks there's one true almighty God, but that there is another God that allows that God to maintain contact with the changing world in his Platonism. So it's not quite the same as what I would say the Bible's teaching, but it's definitely a henotheistic type theology.
Yeah, it's a type of henotheism. So I spelled it out there, guys. If you want to look it up for people who haven't heard this terminology before, you can search that up. I put it in the chat. Okay, so I think we should go on now to the next clip here. And this is something just very brief that I want to point out from these guys. Very, very poor. Like they were trying to do a review of the debate, Greg. Now, you've been doing a very detailed and long review sessions. I'm not saying that they need to go to that great of lengths, but I mean, come on, their attempt was just so poor. Let me show you guys this. What they did was, in the beginning, they had a brief discussion and introduction. Then they literally played about 30 seconds, Greg. I'm not exaggerating. They played about 30 seconds from my opening statement, talked about it for a long time, just at 30 seconds, and then skipped the entire rest of the debate and the entire rest of my opening statement and went to the cross-examination section. So I just wanted to point out, like, this is not really any semblance of a thorough treatment of the debate if you're trying to review it. I mean, it's just terrible. So let's take a listen to this.
So it's just at this point, it's just stubbornness leading him at this point. There's 100%. No reason for this. Yeah. So, all right, you want to go to the next clip?
Yes, definitely.
All right. Let me put the video back up here. So I will add that to the stage and we'll go to, let's see, 106.
Notice that right here. I don't know if you can see it because it's very small, but it says 25:33. So they literally played about 30 seconds from my opening statement, didn't discuss any other part. And now watch where he's going to jump to.
54. There we go.
Sure. No problem.
Okay. Yeah.
So there he goes to 106:54. He covered 30 seconds of my opening statement and then skips forward about 45 minutes. Now, what kind of a treatment? Just look from an objective standpoint, Greg, if we're trying to do a debate review, imagine if you and I did a debate review in that fashion. We played 30 seconds of William's opening statement, then skipped the entire rest of his opening statement and went 45 minutes forward. I mean, what the hell kind of a debate review is that? I mean, honestly, guys, I'm not expecting. Yeah, it's dishonest. It's completely dishonest. And what that shows me, Greg, is they can't really deal with the rest of my opening statement. They can't really deal with it because if they could, why didn't they touch it? They could only play 30 seconds and then, in the terminology of William, pontificate about the foolishness that they're spewing for 20 minutes based on 30 seconds of what I said, and then skipping forward an entire 45 minutes. I mean, come on, guys. This is not an honest debate review in any stretch of the imagination. So I just wanted to point that out. I don't know if you have any comments on that before I go to the next clip, Greg.
Well, they didn't really do anything, right? I mean, they got up there and they attacked you. They made numerous personal attacks on you. They basically just questioned what they lied about the result of the debate. These aren't really professional people. I used to think, as I've said recently, William was a little more. I didn't know him that well, but compared to Sam, he seemed like a better guy. I don't have that opinion anymore. I mean, I've now experienced.
Me too. I'm the same way. I'm the same way, Greg. I misunderstood. I thought he was a better guy, but they're just in the same camp, really.
Yeah, no question about it. And by that, they'll lie. They'll blatantly. The people listening to them are just. I feel sorry for them because if they don't have the desire to really dig in, they're never going to figure this out because of what these guys are saying, and it goes back to what we started with. Why are we doing this? Why does this matter? Well, you guys are telling us you're the true Christian church, but you're lying all over the place. So how does that work, right? Why are you guys lying all the time, not reviewing our actual arguments? I don't think they even brought up the challenges that I made in my last appearance on your show.
Not at all, Greg. Not at all.
If someone comes out and challenges me in public and says, I challenge you to show me this. You know what I mean? That's what I'm doing immediately, right? So I think we just have a couple of guys here who are way over their heads on these issues, but they're so proud and arrogant, and the expectations of their audience are such that they don't have a choice but to lie and try to avoid everything we're saying.
Yeah, Hamid said, Jake and Greg, stop pontificating, from William. So he's joking. He's just laughing. But yeah, that's one of his favorite words. But anyway, let's go to the next clip here, which is just another shocking thing here from William. Let's take a listen to this.
A semi-Arian, Jake. Why would a semi-Arian or an Arian, I don't care what you want to call him, say and admit that Justin is a Trinitarian? If you said multiple times over, I don't know if you did today, but in multiple other videos, you said that Justin is, I guess, kind of like a proto-Arian before Arius. Yet an Arian, right at the time of the crisis, not venerated in any of the churches, admits that St. Justin was a Trinitarian. How do you work around that?
Who are you referring to? Sorry.
Eusebius of Caesarea.
Okay, so you agree he was an Arian, Eusebius.
I've agreed from the very beginning in all of my published works and in shows I've done, Jake. Eusebius of Caesarea is not venerated in any of the churches. So the question to you, let me say it again.
So do you notice Michael Jones is like laughing along while he's saying that? Now, this is something I pointed out before. He's quoting, or he's trying to, first of all, again, which is consistent with William, he makes these bold claims and these general claims without ever giving you a source for what he's making the claim from. And it's just very poor debating. I thought you were a better researcher and debater than that, William, but it's just pathetic how you consistently did this throughout the debate. Whereas with mine, if you notice, Greg, in my cross-examination section, I would say something like this. If somebody holds the position of X, can they be considered a Trinitarian? And he would say no. And then I would say, okay, well, Justin Martyr says that in this passage, Dialogue with Trypho, chapter whatever, boom, 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 quote it for you, and then say, so what do you say in response to that?
Right.
You notice that William never does that. He just says, oh, yeah, Johnny from down the street, has said that Justin was a Trinitarian. And what do you think about that, Jake? Okay, what's the source? I mean, where's the proof for it? Oh, Eusebius said that Justin Martyr was a Trinitarian. Where's the proof for it? And then when we try to do the research for you, we try to look up the sources and say, oh, maybe this is what William is trying to refer to. And then when we go to it, Eusebius is saying nothing of the sort. So it's just very poor research and debating skills that William is using. But he may get over on a lot of, his audience who simply just don't know any better and are just taking his word for it.
And he also attacks you. When there's a couple points where you ask him where the reference is, And he says, well, you can't ask me questions. It's my cross-examination, Jake.
Yeah.
It's not a question, William. He wants to know where's this source you're asking him about. Yes, it's
Right.
a question.
And then he also
it's not the kind of question he thinks.
Yeah, and then he also says, Greg, he says, oh, and Jake, you're supposed to know about this.
Right.
Well, I'm supposed to know about it. Well, maybe I can try to guess what I think you're referring to, but just read it out. Give me the damn source. He wouldn't do it. So I mean, it's just totally unacceptable in debating. But then when he did his stream, notice how he's saying this and replaying it again. And I don't understand how he actually has the I don't understand how he has the courage to be playing this section again when he got reprimanded by Father Kappas, although I think Father Kappas is wrong and William's original statement is actually correct, where Father Kappas said, oh no, Eusebius of Caesarea was not a theological opponent of Athanasius. He just disagreed with him politically or in other issues. But really, he was a Trinitarian. He wasn't an Arian. Now, William didn't say, oh, well, thank you for correcting me, Father Kappas, because I said exactly the opposite in my debate with Jake, where I portrayed him as a heretic, an enemy of the faith. And I used that as an evidence, more powerful evidence to say, well, if an enemy of the faith who was against Trinitarianism was quoting Justin Martyr as a Trinitarian, then that's more proof that he was a Trinitarian. Well, Father Kappas corrected you, and then after that, you come back and you play that same section again, William, but you never disagreed with Father Kappas in that stream. So it still remains an open question. What does William actually believe? Does he believe that Eusebius was an Arian and enemy of the faith? Or is he now in agreement with his good buddy, Father Kappas, who tried to correct him on that? I don't know which one it is at this point, Greg.
I don't think, like you said, he does either. I think he'll do whatever he has to maintain his loyalties to the people he's friendly with, and he'll just ignore things that would create problems. So, I mean, I think Father Kappas has helped him understand things better, at least in terms of Justin's relationship with Philo. But then he subsequently confuses him about Philo being a Trinitarian, right? So once William heard that, then he just adopted his same approach to Justin Martyr and threw reality out the window, and everything became a second person of the Trinity, even though it's a second God and has nothing to do with the Trinity.
Right. Okay, let me get to this next clip here, and then I'm going to let Greg give a presentation on latreia, which is what this next clip is related to. And you guys should definitely stick around for this because Greg has some interesting things to point out, at least one of which I didn't notice myself. So let's take a look at this. 1 second here.
Before we do that, just setting the stage here. One of the argument you're basically making is Justin uses certain Greek words and says these words should only apply to God, like latreia.
Yes,
only worship God. And then he also uses those words not for the Father, but also for the Son and the Spirit.
Yes.
Therefore, he's saying the Son and the Spirit are the one God.
Amen.
Checkmate.
100%. Checkmate. The way, by the way, that I got Jake to admit that latreia in the positive sense is to be given to God and God alone. And he admitted that in Justin, latreia is given to the Son. At that point, at that point, it's checkmate in the debate. But of course, you go onward. But we're looking.
Checkmate. There you go, Greg. They think this whole latreia business is a checkmate. But I think that I argued along somewhat, although you also agreed with my response, you had additional points to make. Now, just to refresh the audience, William was basically saying there's this term latreia, which is supposed to be worship due to only the Most High God. Justin supposedly applies it to the Son one time in his dialogue with Trypho, chapter 31. And therefore, by William's inference, Justin believed that the Son was the Most High God. That's his argument. What I tried to show from Justin was that he uses the term latreia to refer to service due to judges at times in a lesser sense than worship due to the Most High God. So there is this semantic range for latruo, even in Justin, and therefore we have to look at how the author is using the term for which particular subject and in what context, so that even if we granted that latruo is used for the Son according to Justin, it doesn't prove automatically what William wants to or what he thinks it does. Now, I think Greg agreed with that, but he had additional remarks and is questioning whether or not Justin even does that to begin with, which is what William's argument assumes. So take it over, Greg, and I'd like to definitely hear your presentation on latruo and Justin's supposed use of it.
Okay, so, and I do have a clip out there that I've made from my part 2 review of this debate on latruo, and it covers some of these things and more of the reasons why I believe it's not a problem to apply it to Jesus once you understand that in Matthew or in Luke, where he quotes the Old Testament and says, "So Lord, you must worship, Yahweh, you must worship, and him alone you must serve," latruo. At that time, he's on the earth, right? He hasn't been given all authority and power. This is from my perspective, of course. So from a Christian perspective, he gets all these things like in Daniel 7 that you see later after he's resurrected in our view.
Yeah, it's given to him, which is an important point.
Right. What he says to the devil is absolutely true. He doesn't have any of that, but he gets it because he's rewarded, as we know in Daniel 7. So the Trinitarians, they miscontextualize this whole no one is due latruo but God alone to make it seem like that's like a all-time argument teaching, right? That can never change no matter who gets what authority, even if you're sitting literally on God's throne, which is where he would get his latruo, Revelation 3:21. And the Christians are said to be there with Jesus, so it's not even exclusive to him in that role. But he would have more authority in my view. But either way, he's still given it. So is it okay if I just share my screen real briefly, Jake, for that one PDF?
Go ahead. Yep, exactly.
Go ahead and do that. So the question is, it's not so much for me a question of can Jesus be given latruo? The question is latruo, where is that? Oh, actually. Okay, so I hadn't, I pulled it up for me. Let me just say real quick. It's not so much for me a question of whether or not you can be given latruo. For me, again, as I said, that's something that could be resolved. But
right.
Trying to get this to share the exact PDF I have here. Let's see if it'll do it here.
Yeah, so what Greg is saying while he's trying to get the document up is that on the first point, even if we granted that latruo was applied to the Son, it doesn't prove what William wants it to prove, because you can still contextualize it without granting that therefore necessarily entails that Justin believes that the Son is the Most High God merely because he receives latruo. So that's the first point. And then the second point is Greg is now going to question as to whether or not Justin is even applying latruo to the Son in the disputed passage to begin with. If not, Greg, I can. If it's
no, I believe I have it now.
I don't see it yet. Let me see. How about this, Greg? This is, I think, the one that you want anyway, right? So, oh, I see your document there. 1 second. Hold on a second. This is it, right? Is that the one you want?
Can you go up a little?
Well, that's you're the one you're one controlling that now.
Oh, okay. If I'm controlling now, then this is the one. So there were two,
but it's not moving when you scroll, though. That's the thing. I can just go. I can go to the one that I have.
Well, that one you had, I can use that one. That one you had is fine.
Okay.
Okay. So that works. I apologize for the confusion. This will be just fine. The reason this one was a little different, if you go, it just was blocked a little different, but this will be fine. So we're in Daniel, Justin Dialogue 31, where he's quoting Daniel 7. So you can see here that he starts to talk about it. And after that first paragraph, near the middle, he says, I beheld thrones were set, Ancient of Days sat down. And then it says thousands ministered unto him. Eleturgon auto. And 10,000 times 10,000 stood before him. Pares te kesan auto. Okay, so you have two verbs there. The verb for serving or ministering and the verb for standing. Both of them use the dative pronoun auto, which you can translate as to him, with him, in similar ways. So they're ministering to him and they're standing before him. And that last red word at the end of each of those lines in blue and yellow, that A-U-T-O, it looks like, it's auto. That means to or with him, which is why in yellow it says unto him. Now, if you look down just below that in where it says Daniel 7:10 Greek, that first line.
Okay, let me just scroll down there for you.
Just a little bit. It's showing. That's
good.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can see right there the first line under Daniel 7:10. That says thousands ministered him. That's that. If you see the yellow part matches the yellow part under the Daniel 7:10. The top yellow part is Justin.
Right.
Now, I'm going to try to keep it simple, but it's very important, especially for the people who claim to know Greek, William, all these people that claim all this knowledge that never get up and actually talk about it like we do. This is very important. So you can see it says right there next to the top yellow line at the very end, auto. That means to or with him, ministered unto him. Down below that, in the quoted text of the Septuagint, it says, basically,
is this good? You want me to go further, or how much further down, Greg?
No, that's good. That's good.
Okay.
Or actually, just a little bit further up. I'm sorry, real quick. A little bit more again, real quickly. Right there. So you can see the pronoun is different. See the yellow, it says A-U-T-O-N, it looks like, or O-V, but that's an N in Greek. But in the upper, next to the yellow at the top, and that red, it says auto. Okay, so this is the only time Justin, in this dialogue, in dialogue chapter 31, he changes the pronoun from the quote, thousands ministered to him. He changes it to that, to him, auto. But the Greek in Daniel actually says auton, accusative, right? So you can use different cases of terms based on their attraction into certain parts of the clause or sentence. So the actual Greek of the Septuagint of Daniel says auton. It's an accusative pronoun meaning he. It's the direct object of that verb, etherapuon. But Justin changes it. He changes it to auto, matching the second pronoun in that same verse from the Septuagint that you see there on the bottom line where it's all blue. Pares te kesan auto. So the Greek of Daniel in the middle of what you're showing, that yellow term auton, is changed by Justin into auto. And then this blue term auto, he leaves it the same, auto. So Justin is changing that accusative auton to match the dative pronouns that are used all throughout this. That's the only time that Daniel 7 that he quotes uses an accusative where he changes it to the dative to match all the other datives, right? Like the one right below it. And then if we go just now, if you scroll down more, right, you can see the intervening part is where Justin's being quoted. The books were open. He's quoting Daniel. The books were open. The judgment was set. And then stop right there. And then he says, he's quoting Daniel. He says, I saw in the vision of the night, behold, one like a son of man, coming with the clouds of heaven. And he came unto the Ancient of Days and stood before him. And they who stood by brought him near. The Greek is right below that. Justin says, and there were given him power and kingly honor. So he's talking about the Son of Man right above that where it says Justin, that's Justin's quote where he says, I saw the vision, one like a son of man. And he came and stood before him. And then he says, this is right after that. I'm only separating it in Justin and Daniel so that you see the key part, but it is continuous. They brought him near and there were given him. Okay, this is the first key part of the quotation from Daniel 7:14. So we've already established Justin changes one accusative pronoun to a dative to match all the others. That's the only change he's really made here, except for the verb with auton as well, but that's not relevant. So then we get to the part where he's applying, he's saying Daniel 7:14 applies to the Son of Man. He says, there were given him. That's the blue right over to the right of given him. Edathe auto. Edathe is from the verb udakio, which means to give. So give to him authority and honor and kingdom. There's that pronoun again, auto, give to him. Edathe udakio is the main verb in this part of the quotation. Give, so that the main, by main verb, we mean it's the verb that is directing all of the action in that part of the sentence and to which the objects would relate. So there's one verb, udakio, in the first part. He's given authority, honor, and kingdom. And then now scroll down a little bit.
Okay, let's see.
That's good.
Okay.
Okay, so you see Justin at the top, and you see Daniel 7:14 in the Greek right below that. You see the edathe auto on the top right. You see edathe auto right below that. And given to him authority and honor and kingdom. So there's your first main verb, and there's your first auto, directly related to that main verb. Then, right below that, Justin continues quoting Daniel 7:14. All the nations of the earth by their families and all glory serve him, according to the English translation. Look at the Greek below. Well, okay, let's make this simple. So if that part I just quoted where you can see it says serve him in yellow. Yeah. Look right below that. Okay, right below that in blue and red. Yeah. That's the Greek of that blue and yellow, those terms right above it. All glory serve him. Right. That's in that blue and red right there. So you might be wondering, well, why is it blue and not yellow? Because that yellow part, serve him, or at least the him part, is not in there. If you look right below that in the quotation he's making from Daniel 7:14, it is in the quotation in yellow, auto. Now look right above that in the blue and red from Justin. No auto. It just says pasadoxa latreia. All glory is serving. But in the quote from Daniel 7:14, it says all glory is serving him. So Justin deliberately omits that pronoun that specifies the latruo is to be given to the one that in the same verse 14 of Daniel 7, is given authority, power, and honor and kingdom. So that's one of them. That's critical, right? If it doesn't have the auto, there's no specificity. So someone may say, well, how does that change anything? Well, as I just said, there's no to him there. It just says all glory is serving. Now, this is very important because there's no way to have that first auto, like where it says he was given authority, honor, and kingdom, that edathe auto right in the middle up there. That auto only can apply to that first main verb, edathe. Okay, these two verbs are split. Edathe is the first main verb of the first clause of Daniel 7:14. Truusa or latruo is the main verb of the second clause that is totally separate. So it requires its own pronominal object if it's going to have one. It doesn't relate to the first verb's pronoun. Those are totally separate. Now, if you go down a little further.
Okay, let's see.
I've shown already how Justin changes the accusative pronoun to a dative to match all the other datives. Then when he gets to the quote in Daniel 7:14, he removes the pronoun that specifies latreia to the Son of Man. Right here, look. In Daniel 7:27, this is good.
Okay.
Look at what he does here. You have basically a very similar thing, only it's even easier for him to omit the pronoun if it makes no difference. So he says, he's quoting Daniel 7:27, and he says, we're given all the kingdom and the power and the authority were given to the holy people of the Most High. Okay, now we've got the Most High involved. To reign in an everlasting kingdom, and all power shall be subject to him. To me, that's very similar to all glory, but it does say all powers or authorities. And shall obey him. Okay, so like in Daniel 7:14 that we just looked at, you had two verbs, udakeo and latreia. Each of those two main verbs are restricted to one clause, one of two clauses in that sentence. They're not related. They're both separate. In Daniel 7:27, you have two verbs that aren't separated. Two main verbs that both direct action to the Most High. Look, it says at the end, kai pasa exousiai auto. All authorities to him are subject. Hippa tage santai. So all authorities to him, right there, are subject. And pethar ke susin, and obey him. You see in the blue there, both times the pronoun, the dative pronoun auto is there. Now, I'm going to say something that requires knowledge of Greek, so I don't think William will be able to handle it, but maybe Father Kappas can explain it and they can try to respond. I doubt they can, though. We'll see. Right here, you got the two verbs, hippatage santai and pethar ke susin, linked by kai. Just like we had in the text regarding the Holy Spirit and sebomai and proskuneo, the two verbs joined by kai at the end, part of our challenge to William, that doesn't accept it, doesn't even mention it. And we pointed out, we said, no, these two verbs are both joined at the end by kai. They're not separable to apply to different accusative objects like the God and the Son and the Holy Spirit, but not the angels, right? It's just ridiculous. So you have something similar here with the two verbs joined by kai, so that if Justin wanted to omit one of these pronouns in this quote, I believe he could have done so, and it wouldn't really have changed anything because both of these verbs are linked by kai, and the one pronoun auto after exousiai, it would just say all authorities to him are subject, and they are obeying, right? It wouldn't say they are obeying him, but they're both verbs are conjoined by kai. So there wouldn't be really any difficulty at all seeing both of those verbal actions directed towards the one auto. If Justin omitted it, right? Let's say he omitted that final auto in the blue at the end there, because he's got that first one right before it, that he could just say, well, both verbal actions are directed to that same pronoun. He doesn't, though. If there was anywhere that Justin was going to omit a pronoun that's used in the quote, right? Because this is Daniel 7. It uses auto both times. You look right above that in red. Look at Justin. He uses auto both times. That last line, you can see hippatage santai auto. Kai pethar ke susin auto. If he wanted to omit it and not have like an interpretational problem, this would be the verse you do it in, because both verbs again joined by kai, and it wouldn't be hard at all to see them both related to that one auto. That's not what we have in Daniel 7:14. Can you scroll up a moment, please? Back to that.
Yeah. Okay, up here. Let's see.
Right there.
Yeah.
So unlike Daniel 7:27, where both of those main verbs are joined by kai with and it uses the pronoun auto both times, even though I don't think either the Septuagint or Justin had to. Clearly, they're using pronouns to make clear or make specific the application of the action of the verb, right? That's why you do that.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, we're not only getting like repeated pronouns here, Justin even changes one of the accusative pronouns to be a dative to match all the other datives that are used with these verbs.
Mm-hmm.
So he's very conscious about what's happening, almost like he's correcting the Septuagint or just applying it how he sees it. Either way, he changes that first accusative to a dative. Now they all match. Then he omits the one dative pronoun that specifies the latreia to the Son of Man in the Septuagint in Daniel 7. So unlike Daniel 7:27, where you have two main verbs and two uses of auto, and maybe you could say you could lose one of those and be okay, even though he doesn't, or the Septuagint, right? We're just speculating now, hypothetically, something William could never do with Greek because he wouldn't know whether it's possible or not. The fact is, in Daniel 7:14 and in Justin's quotation of it, there are not two main verbs that are linked by kai. There's one main verb, udakeo, in the first part of the sentence, and the use of the pronoun auto. And to him were given authority and honor and kingdom. And then in the second main clause, with its own main verb, he omits the pronoun that the Septuagint has, which specifies the latreia to him. By doing that, Justin consciously de-specifies the application of latreia. It doesn't mean it's impossible to contextually see it that way, right? Just like I said a minute ago with verse 27, if you took off the second pronoun from that second kai joined verb, you could still associate that verbal action with the first pronoun because they're both related. They're both joined. They're not separate verbs. So, right, that's how this works. When you don't have like a direct object or an object by attraction, then you have to look into the context, right? That's not like it's bad grammar, because what does it say then? Without the pronoun, instead of saying all glory serve him, like is mistranslated in the English translations, it says, and all glory is serving. That's it. And that's a complete sentence. Just like if you went back to Daniel 7:27, you don't have to. And you said, and it said, all are obeying. Or in the earlier quote, when it said that all stood before the Ancient of Days, it said they stood before him. Well, so right here, if you look at what you're showing, okay, that's good. Either one. Right there, that's good. Stood before him at the very top, or ministered to him. If you took off that pronoun, you see at the end red, each of those lines has a pronoun at the end, to him. And that's why the yellow and blue say him there. Ministered to him, stood before him. Okay, well, if you just took away those pronouns, it would say this: thousands are ministering, and 10,000 times 10,000 are standing. That's a complete sentence, both of them. There's nothing incomplete about it. The only difference between that and what it actually says is it doesn't tell us who they're ministering to, and it doesn't tell us who they're standing before. Justin and the Septuagint both do that, but only the Septuagint tells us who they're latreia-ing. So you absolutely could omit the pronoun and have a complete sentence, which is exactly what Justin does. There's no reason for him to omit that pronoun unless he doesn't want to have latreia apply to the Son of Man that's given, udakeo, these things, and the pronouns used in that same verse. There is no reason for him to do that unless he doesn't want to do it. Just like there was no reason for him to change the accusative auton to auto unless he wanted to do that. So they all agreed and were in the dative case, which is exactly what he did. But then he removed the dative completely from our key reference. So I hope it's clear that I'm showing a conscious decision making in Justin here in chapter 31, where he's applying Daniel, changing pronouns to fit the case of the other pronouns, omitting a pronoun that specifies the latreia to the Son of Man, leaving it open to whether or not it's actually to be given to the Most High. The other subject mentioned right there with the Son of Man in Daniel 7, 13, 14, who's the one actually giving him all these things. And since in the context, they're also given to the holy ones of the Supreme One, right? They're all given this authority, the Son of Man and the holy ones, authority, kingdom, and power. Whether he has a difference in that or not, the fact is they're all given that. So if they're all given that by the Most High, it makes sense to me that they're all, and they're in heaven being given this, is my interpretation of Daniel and Justin. They're all they're the glories. They're the ones, along with anyone else in heaven, that are serving. In my view, I think Justin's trying to say it's the Most High they're serving, even this Son of Man who's now given all these things he didn't have before. So I think that's the motivation for Justin changing this quote from the Septuagint. And you cannot use this quote from Justin to prove definitively he applies latreia to the Son. Why? He doesn't. He consciously changes it so it doesn't apply to the Son, thereby making it evidence for us. Justin does not believe the Son should be given latreia.
There you have it, folks. So that was very detailed explanation from Greg on, first of all, even if we granted that latreia was given to the Son, it doesn't prove anything, because God himself is not a type of being that needs to be given latreia, like it needs to be designated to him by the authority of someone else. No, God receives that in and of himself because it's a right that he's owed by his creatures. Whereas if the Son and other beings, other angels, and so on and so forth, were given latreia, it's only in a derivative sense by which God gives them that. Okay, God gives them that right, but it's not their right in and of itself. And then on the second point, which is what Greg went into a lot of detail about, is that Justin consciously and deliberately removes the pronoun auto from the text of the Greek Septuagint in quoting Daniel to despecify and to make it incredibly unclear that the latreia is actually being applied to the Son. Now, why would he do that? He seems to have done it deliberately and consciously. Okay, so our best guess is that he purposely wanted to avoid any confusion of latreia being applied to the Son, so that we didn't have knuckleheads like William coming around then trying to claim that he was a Trinitarian. Okay, so that's most likely why he did it. But secondly, and more importantly, is, and this is a challenge that Greg is putting forward, is these Trinitarians who want to use this passage, it is the burden of proof is on them. Now, Greg gave a lot of evidence to the contrary, but nevertheless, even if he didn't do that, the burden of proof is on them to show that by the Greek that Justin is using, that Justin is definitively attributing latreia to the Son. They need to show that, and that's a direct challenge to them that Greg is putting forward, that they have not even attempted to meet the challenge. Greg has, challenged that on his own stream, but he's doing that again here. So can they meet the challenge, Greg? Will these guys even attempt to meet the challenge to try to attempt to prove to us that Justin is applying latreia to the Son in this passage? I suspect that they won't even touch this issue, just as they didn't even attempt to meet your challenge on First Apology chapter 6 on the issue of sebomai and this other term worship being applied to angels there. They didn't even attempt to deal with that, which we're going to, I think now, touch on that in just a few moments. But do you have any, I just wanted to reiterate basically what I understood you saying to the audience. Do you have any last thoughts on this issue of latreia before we move on to sebomai and that stuff?
No, I just will reiterate the challenge that if they are so knowledgeable in Greek and I'm so stupid, why am I the one pointing out these differences to them? Why weren't they already telling us about these differences and explaining them? But outside all that, can you guys please explain to me why you're applying Justin's Dialogue 31 as if he says Jesus is to be given latreia? I thought you knew Greek, William. I thought you knew Greek. So why didn't you see that the pronoun's not there and at least explain why you still think it applies to him? I'm going to guess because you don't know Greek, you didn't know it was there, and I challenge you to defend that Justin applies latreia to the Son in Dialogue 31.
Mm-hmm. Okay, we got a question here from the audience. Is the same word latreia also applied by the author of the book of John 17:2? For you granted him authority over at people. Was the author of John trying to apply, I think he meant to say Daniel 7 to Jesus? I don't know if are you following his question there, Greg?
So he wants to know if John 17:2 uses latreia. Is that what I understand? Oh, I see. So John 17:2 says you gave him authority over all flesh, so that all whom you have given him, he may give them eternal life. So there's something there, right? He's given, and even there, gave to him. It is similar. It says edokos auto exousion. That's pretty similar to what we were reading from Daniel. It uses those terms, a form of eudokeo, the pronoun, except for Jesus, right? And exousia. So it's very similar to Daniel 7, yes. And it also uses the pronoun where it should be, after eudokeo. And it even says after dedokos, you have given him. So we get the pronouns used all throughout John 17:2. Again, only used once in Justin's quote of Daniel 7. So I think there could be a relationship there. Yeah, it looks similar.
Yeah, but it's just only one word being used there. But latreia is not used in John 17:2. Just to be clear to the brother who asked the question. Okay, so let's move to the next issue. Actually, before we do, I want to share my screen here and show you guys something, because we talked about Philo earlier, and this is a guy whose book I mentioned to you before, Greg, last time we were on. And then, they quoted him and referenced him again. This guy, Michael F. Bird, who wrote that text responding to Bart Ehrman. But he wrote another text recently, and which they would love to quote. So let me show you guys this. Okay. Look, this is from Michael Bird's text. Look at what he says about Philo. Okay. He says, ultimately, no intermediary figures in the Jewish cosmos are truly independent of God, not even Yahoel or Metatron. They remain created and subordinated beings. Now listen to this, Greg. Even Philo's logos is a hypostatic representation of God, spliced with angelic creatureliness to become a genuine in-between entity. Wow. So what is Michael F. Bird here saying? He's saying that ultimately no intermediary figure, remember we talked about the Most High God and creation, and then you have these intermediary figures, right? He says no intermediary figure in the Jewish cosmos are truly independent of God, meaning they're all dependent beings that are dependent upon God. He says they remain created and subordinated beings. Even Philo's logos, okay, is what? And is spliced with angelic creatureliness.
And we read earlier, he's the oldest of all the creations. And Philo calls him the shadow. So I don't know that he's really he's accurate, but he's kind of dancing a little. It's very clear that to Philo, there's a total separation between the God and God. That's the word. So that, he's kind of getting to something there about the representation in the in-between, but they like to try to get from that this continuous connection with the God, which isn't there. And so that's why we gotta highlight he's spliced with creatureliness, like there's something already there, and you just splice in some creatureliness. No, he's actually created, and that's the shadow, the in-between God, nothing spliced to it. It's just all in one oldest creation. You see what he's kind of doing there a little bit? I think the terminology, even though what you said is correct, I still think he tried to kind of maintain something that's not there. I don't see splicing into the Logos creatureliness. He's just the first, the oldest creation, and thereafter all these other things.
Yep. Somebody else asked a question here. I mean, it's not really related to the topic, Greg, but I'll just show it. If you want to answer it, you can. If not, you don't have to. It says, Greg, do you think the Bible contains interpolations?
It definitely does. So that's easy to show. I have a video about one of those interpolations or differences between the gospel accounts involving whether Jesus was telling his disciples to take a staff or not. And the accounts don't agree. There's a literal contradiction there that can't be resolved textually. They are all equal authorities and disagree. So for me, though, I don't have the same view of the Bible as the Trinitarians or Protestants or others. I view the Bible as a collection of books that are historically accurate and from God, but that have been maintained by imperfect humans. And in the course of that transmission, there have been issues that have occurred that don't ultimately affect the core message, but that create some of these problems we have textually, or with like the divine name not being there and in the quoted source of the Hebrew Bible or Septuagint. So I think the current Bible definitely has interpolations. It's not what it was originally written as, but I still believe it contains the essential message that we're to follow.
Okay, great. So let's move back now to Dumb and Dumber here and go on to the next issue, which I think the next one I have is on Sebomai. Let me see here. Yep. So this is an issue we talked about last time, but I think, again, repetition is good. So let me go to 2750. Here we go.
Looking at Apologia 6 right here, debate, but of course you go onward. But we're looking at Apologia 6 right here, where it says, hence we are called atheists, and we confess that we are atheists, so far as gods of this sort are concerned, but not with respect to the most true God, the Father of righteousness and temperance and other virtues, who is free from all impurity. But both him and the Son, who came forth from him and taught us these things, and the host of the other good angels who follow and are made like to him, and the prophetic spirit we worship and adore. This is exactly where I'm talking about. And I don't just come with a text. I also come with examples. I come with examples in the Bible. Acts 18:13. This man tried to persuade people to worship God in a way that is against the law. It's worship of God, to express attitude and ritual allegiance in regard to the deity, to worship, to venerate. Romans 1:25. They worshiped and venerated what has been created instead of the creator. I mean, you can go over and over. You can go on and on showing that this is worship. And in the Bible, this particular Greek word is used for worship of God. Now, of course, it's used in the negative sense, showing that people aren't doing it properly. In the positive sense, it's meant to be given to God and God alone. Acts 18:13. This man is persuading people to worship God in ways that are contrary to the law. And we can go on and on, over and over. And the examples of this being due to God and God alone in the positive sense, got it right there from Ioannida, right there. Yeah. So he should have been prepared.
And guys, this is before Nicaea.
So he mentions, Greg, it's right there in Ioannida. And notice when he quotes it, he keeps mentioning God and God alone. But look how bad these guys are at lying, Greg. Look how bad these guys are at lying. So you can see here, he's quoting Ioannida. Now look how foolish this guy is, Greg. On his own slide, let's read what it actually says. To express in attitude and ritual one's allegiance to and regard for deity. Where does it say for God and for God alone in the way that William is implying? He consistently keeps saying that Jake should know about Ioannida. It says it. Hey, dummy, you put it on your own slide right there, and it doesn't say what you are claiming. I mean, Greg, am I I'm actually colorblind for my audience that doesn't know, but I'm not actually legally blind. Am I blind or dumb that William here is just actually burying himself by putting it on the screen and then reading and quoting something and adding his own interpolation? We just talked about interpolation. This is an interpolation by William to Louw-Nida, adding to God and God alone, which it doesn't say anywhere there.
I mean, so here we go again with him not citing his sources, although he kind of does here. But okay, this is what he's referring to, I believe, the lexicon by Louw-Nida. This is a New Testament lexicon. This is not a patristic lexicon. Okay, this is a patristic lexicon. Okay, this is a lexicon specific to the church fathers and the people who, it's a really big one. Standard source. I don't know why he's quoting Louw-Nida, a New Testament semantic dictionary, right? But he doesn't even do that right. So he's outside of patristic sources. And he quotes, I guess, Louw-Nida, page 540 of volume 1. It has sebomai, sebazomai, eusebeo. And it just says to express in attitude and ritual one's allegiance and regard for deity, to worship, to venerate. It says proskuneo appears to differ somewhat in meaning from sebomai, sebazomai, and eusebio, to worship, in emphasizing more the semantic component of position or attitude involved in worship. So it's not really different from proskuneo, even according to Louw-Nida. It's just your position and attitude. Slight change from proskuneo. Nowhere in this 3-paragraph or 4-paragraph definition on page 540 does it say it's only to be given to God alone. It's only used a few times in the New Testament. And again, it's an argument from silence. These guys just pick a word that's used a limited number of times, and then they say, well, see, it's only used of God. So if it's used in Justin Martyr several hundred years later, then that has to mean he believed that the Logos was also God. Even though the Bible doesn't say this is only to be used of God, we're going to say that. And so when Justin uses it of Jesus, that has to mean he's God. That's basically.
And Justin never says it either.
No, he never says if I use this term or, and in fact, we have a text here from Apology 1, chapter 6 that I could bring up. I just emailed.
Yeah, no, we are. No, it says exactly the opposite, because if we took William's argument seriously, that would have to mean that Justin believed that the other good angels were also the Most High God.
Exactly.
which he's never responded to. Now, let me quickly show my screen again and show you guys that same text that they love to keep going back to Michael Bird. So let's go to Michael Bird and see does Michael Bird make a distinction and try to do what these Trinitarian apologists do and split it up to say that, sebomai in that passage only applies to the Father and the Son and the Holy Spirit, the first, second, and the fourth subject in the passage, but not the third subject? Is that what Michael Bird dishonestly does? Or does he tell you the truth and say, no, Justin actually believes in angel worship? Let's take a look. So here it is, that same text that I was quoting from earlier, Michael Bird. And I'm not using this because I believe the guy is an authority, but these Christian apologists love to quote the guy. And he does, as you said, Greg, kind of dance around the issue, but we get moments of honesty from him. And I think this is one of them. So
I think that's true.
He says here, Jude, he's quoting or mentioning from the text of Jude, Jude urges respect for angelic mediators as, dare I say, guardians of the galaxy, the heavenly custodians of the cosmic order, and supernatural servants of the people of God. Jude much like Justin, so referring to Justin Martyr, so Jude, much like Justin, believes, quote, this God we do venerate and worship, and also the Son who came from him and taught us these things, and the company of other good angels who follow him and are like him, and also the prophetic spirit. First Apology, chapter 6. So he's mentioning in the context Jude giving veneration and respect and all of those things to the angels, and then compares that to Justin doing that very same thing in First Apology chapter 6, which means that Bird believes those terms sebomai, and whatever else is in the passage, not only apply to God the Father and the Son and the Holy Spirit, but also to the host of other good angels. So you're completely buried, William and Michael, because according to you, if those terms mean worship only due to the Most High God, then Justin would have to believe that the other good angels are the Most High God, which he certainly does not. And therefore, it's a refutation of your ridiculous claim that it can only be used of the Most High God, because he's clearly using it to refer to angels in the passage.
Right. So the very text that they're using to try to prove their point disproves their point and shows that they can't even interpret what is pretty, in my first appearance on your show, this was one of my challenges. You and I brought up the Greek text, which of course, again, they never do. If they know so much Greek, I can't understand why they're not doing at least what we're doing and looking at it and breaking it down. But in my first appearance on your show a couple weeks ago, we brought it up, and I can bring it up again. It's so obvious. The two main verbs is proskuneo and sebomai, or sebo. And they're linked by kai at the end, just like we saw with the two verbs in Daniel 7:27 earlier on the latreia discussion. So they're two verbs linked at the very end of that enumeration of four entities: Father, the God, the Son, the other good angels, and the Holy Spirit. After it lists all the objects of the action of those two kai-joined verbs, but that's what it does. It applies both of those verbs joined by kai to all of the accusative objects it just listed. It doesn't separate the verbs and apply one to some of the objects and not others. There is no way to interpret this passage other than as we are doing. If they disagree, Father, anyone, I don't care who you are, explain to me, or you'd have to show by an example and explain how it is we have two main verbs linked by kai at the end of this enumeration with all of the objects in the accusative case. I mean, see, for someone like me who, look, I don't know everything, but I know enough. I know Greek pretty well. And when I look at it, even if I don't know like the words or the verbs, because some bodies of literature have words you just don't know, the vast body. That doesn't matter though. I can see the grammatical relations like instantly because I've been doing this so long. I'm not like Sam, where I never spend my time wisely and end up the same 20 years later. So I can see exactly what's going on. I can see the accusative relationships to the verbs. I can see the nominative case subjects. Everything stands out to me. So I can point it out real easily. I don't think they can do that. I honestly think if William, maybe Father Kappas could try, right? But what's he going to do? How's he going to sit here and explain all these enumerated accusative subjects and then get to the two kai-joined main verbs at the end and say what? They're not all objects of those verbs? That's basically what they do, right? So it's just, they're reduced to ridiculousness in defending their positions. But the fact is, you and me are the only ones who have actually gone on live and said, here's the Greek text. Here's how it all relates grammatically. And this is why both sebomai and proskuneo apply to God, Jesus, and the other good angels, and the Holy Spirit. We've done that. We've actually done it now twice here, but really in detail that first time. I challenged them in that first show, as you know, and everyone knows, to show me where I'm wrong, right? If I'm so stupid and they're so smart, this should be a slam dunk. Right. Or give me an example, I said. Give me an example of where you have two main verbs joined by kai at the end of an enumeration. I even shortened the enumeration, right? I said, or just three objects in the first and the third are applied to one verb. So I wasn't like saying you have to give me even an exact example. And they didn't even try, right? The very first thing I would do if someone said that, I'd be searching every text, right? Looking for two two main verbs joined by chi, where there's enumeration preceding, and it's like a selective application. So they're not on our level, right? They just either don't care or they know they're lying, and so it's not worth their effort. This passage cannot be translated any other way unless you are just a liar. There's two main verbs, sebomai and proskuneo, and their actions are being directed towards God, the Son, and the other good angels. And as we've talked about before, it uses allos here in the plural, including the Son as one of those good angels, which would also require that he's essentially distinct from God by the use of allos, which even they keep saying. Remember, Sam said if they wanted to create a distinction, he wasn't correct, of course, in some ways, but they just can't come up with a consistent understanding because all they're doing is trying to lie about the meaning of the text. So it just comes out wrong every time. Whereas we're just reading it and saying, oh yeah, those verbs are used of those four subjects. So why are you guys saying that sebomai only applies to God?
Yeah, no, that's exactly right. And I just wanted to show that even Michael F. Bird was admitting that it's applying to the other good angels, right? So even he is not reading. Yeah, even he's not reading. Yeah, even he's not reading it that way, right? So
I mean, unless you want to embarrass yourself and just look foolish trying to defend what's not taught, right? I mean, this is the problem with them. We could have a clear as day text like this that disproves what they say. William says it's never used of anyone but God. It literally is used of other good angels, and he doesn't know that. So who's the Justinian scholar here? They don't know that he doesn't quote Daniel 7:14 the way it should be quoted, the way they want it to mean. They don't know that sebomai is used of other good angels. They don't know that deuteros and heteros are synonymous in Justin and Philo. Right. So, I mean, how is it that they're so knowledgeable? They're the scholars and we're not, but we know all this stuff and they don't because they're lying. They're frauds, and we need to challenge them and call them out. And that's exactly what I'm going to keep doing.
Yeah. So somebody in the chat asked for Greg's channel. Guys, I put a link in not only this stream, but also in the previous stream we did. So a link to Greg's channel is in the description of this video. So if you just click on the description, you'll see it'll say Greg's channel, and there should be a link there if you want to click on it. So that should be easy for you guys to get. Now let me go to, I think, the next issue that I have highlighted here, which is William finally, after Sammy Boy begged him for the reference from Eusebius, William finally brought it forward. But let's see if it really helps him at all. And which Greg already, if you guys look, and it's not to say that we're so brilliant or anything. We actually just do a little bit of research and have basic comprehension skills. Greg actually already anticipated that this was probably the reference that William was going to bring up. Sam, at the end of their stream with Father Kappas, was begging him, saying, oh, William, you need to bring us that reference from Eusebius. So let's take a look at what he finally brought.
That, by the way, people had been asking for the Eusebius of Caesarea, and in Eusebius of Caesarea, Church History 4, people were asking, where's that quote? It's right here. And the discourses of the man were thought so worthy of study, even by the ancients, that Irenaeus quotes his words. For instance, in the fourth book of his work Against Heresies, where he writes as follows: and Justin well says in his work Against Marcion that he would not have believed the Lord himself if he had preached another God besides the Creator. And again, in the fifth book of the same work, he says, and Justin well said that before the coming of the Lord, Satan never dared to blaspheme God because he did not yet know his condemnation. That is where Eusebius of Caesarea. By the way, Jake said, oh, well, do you consider him Arian? He was considered a semi-Arian at the time because he originally had hesitancy of getting on board with the Nicene Creed. Another thing I found, that if Jake continues pressing the issue, I can show him. Originally, before Eusebius of Caesarea was on board with Nicaea, he had an alternate creed that doesn't look exactly like Nicaea. So yeah, You do have a hostile witness in Eusebius, showing and admitting that Justin believed in the Trinity, even quoting a portion from Irenaeus, where if you go to the work of Irenaeus, he's indicating St. Justin believed in the Trinity. None of this helps his case. I've provided multiple witnesses, and we'll look at it later. We'll look at the student of St. Justin. I provided virtually a contemporary in St. Irenaeus and a hostile witness. What did Jake provide? Jake provided some commentary from a few scholars, and then some liberal commentary out there, as if all of a sudden that's going to change the scenery. It doesn't. And really, honestly, what Jake should have done is he should.
Okay, so this is the big quote from William here. What do you make of this quote from Eusebius? Does that prove that he believed that Justin was a Trinitarian, Greg?
Well, this is the same quote that I made at the end of when I showed up on your show the first time.
Yeah.
And it it's pretty shocking to see him. Like, so we know now they don't have anything, right? So this whole lie that Sam fell for, and that William had him waiting and wanting this reference, that's never happening. It never existed. It was just a big lie. So William comes up with the very text that I come up with to show he didn't see Justin as a Trinitarian. So who's right here? Well, I don't really understand what William's doing. I'm looking at this comment. I'm looking at these words, and I'm seeing these blue highlights. None of it makes sense. I don't know what he underlines. He would not have believed the Lord himself if he had preached another God besides the Creator. So why does he not see from that Justin is saying if Jesus tells him something, he won't believe him? In other words, he's using, as I said, this is based on Galatians 1, where Paul says, even if we or an angel in heaven comes down and tells you something different, don't believe us. So Eusebius is quoting Justin saying, even if the Lord tells me something different, I'm not going to believe him. And that something different has to do with the Creator, right? The beyond God. This quote is literally proving Justin was not a Trinitarian, because it shows Justin would not have believed Jesus, but he would believe the truth about the Creator. So either Jesus tells him that, or he's not going to believe him. If he believed Jesus was the second person of the Trinity, how could he not believe him no matter what he says, right? I mean, you're literally talking to God, the equivalent of God in a consubstantial sense. And you're saying, if he tells you something different about the Creator, he is the Creator, right? So what do you mean you're not going to believe him? So the only way that makes sense is Justin didn't believe he was the Creator in the ultimate sense, and Justin didn't view him as God in the ultimate sense, or he would definitely not say he wouldn't believe him no matter what. I can't think of one thing, right? Like even God going to Abraham and saying, oh, you're going to sacrifice your son to me. That's not something you expect from God. But Abraham did it anyway. He believed him and he followed what he was said, because he could tell this was really God, a supernatural being talking to him, right? It was not like a mystery. Right. Well, so Justin wouldn't do that. That's what Eusebius is saying, that if someone came to Justin and said something he didn't agree with, he would say no, if the Lord did that. I see a clear distinction between Jesus as the Lord whom he wouldn't believe if he told him something different, and the God who's the Creator, about whom Jesus would be telling him this something that he would believe if Jesus didn't tell him the truth. You see what I'm saying? Right. In other words, there's a clear distinction between these two in Justin, according to Eusebius, that has nothing to do with the Trinity.
Yeah, huge distinction. Yeah, so, I mean, if that's the best he can bring from Eusebius, Greg, I mean, it's really pathetic. Not only does it not prove his point, it actually proves the opposite of what he wants to show. So, sorry, Mr. Yeah, Sam. Sorry, Sam. I mean, Sam, you really should be upset with your friend William. I know you guys are supposed to be good buddies, but you should say, man, you really hung me out to dry there, because you made me wait, and then you bring this garbage. So, in actual fact,
Sam revealed his own ignorance on this subject in Eusebius and his dependence upon William for inaccurate information.
Exactly. So let's go to the next timestamp here, which Greg, I think you have some important points to mention about this one. Let's take a listen.
Numerically distinct, but that they have the same will. What does that Greek word from gnome mean? That's the essence, Jake. Where on earth is that used for anything other than essence?
No, it's not.
Then prove me wrong from the scripture.
Okay.
Prove me wrong from the Greek. It's different.
You're just assuming that. You're saying
Jake,
this is
prove
the
me
word
wrong,
that's being
Jake.
used. You're
Yes,
saying
you quoted it,
this
Jake.
word is being used. Yes, I quoted it.
Two Greek words, arithmos
guess
and gnome. Arithmos, a distinct person. They're distinct in personhood. They share the same divine essence. Prove to me that
you're adding that. You're adding that.
Then prove me that word means something different. Then you can pause it right there.
He never actually says that they're the same.
You know what I love about is that Jake clipped this.
Yeah.
Right where he says, like, you're adding to the text, you're adding personhood to the text.
Cut it right there.
And you're not. You're trying to show him what the Greek says. Ironically, Jake is the one adding the text because he's saying they are distinct in substance or essence, which it doesn't say. So he's mad it doesn't say personhood. And when Justin says they're distinct, he's getting mad at you. Jake is getting mad at you for claiming you're adding personhood. But it's a double-edged sword. He's adding distinction in substance or essence of the text, which Justin does not say. And your whole point is what the Greek says. But it's just convenient. He clipped that. It took you out of context, clipped that to try to show that he had a good point there. When really, he didn't.
He did not have a good point at all. And if you can put up the second slide that I've got down there, the second one, So let's go to... we're going to look at go ahead, brother.
Yeah, I just want to say, so we're talking about dialogue of Trypho.
So there you have it, guys. I mean, sometimes, Greg, if you don't laugh, you'll cry. So it's better to laugh sometimes at how ridiculous these guys are. Now, this is another case where William just assumes his own argument, doesn't give a reference for, doesn't provide you any proof, and is like, okay, Jake, prove that I'm wrong. No. This is what is called a classical example of burden shifting. He's shifting the burden of proof onto me when he hasn't established his claim, and is like saying, well, Jake, prove to me that gnome doesn't mean essence. Okay, well, I quoted it earlier, and I gave my explanation of what it means. And all it means of the Father and the Son having the same will is that the Father is carrying out the commands. The Son is carrying out the commands of the Father on earth, and so on and so forth. And how do we know that? Because that's literally what Justin says when he explains that they have the same will. That's literally what he says. And William's adding this whole business about essence, and then again, trying to puff his chest out and say that he knows Greek. So, Greg, does gnome in Greek mean essence, and does this prove that Justin believed that the Father and Son had the same essence?
No, of course not. And the fact that William doesn't even try to document that should be your number one red flag, right? No text, no sources, no real argumentation, just claims that are unsupported. Right. If you're able to go to dialogue 127, Greek or English, that'll be important in a minute. But let me read for you while you're doing that. This is, again, the patristic Greek lexicon, standard source. Everybody but William knows about it. Page 317. This is the word he's talking about. Okay, so you have these, like with heteros, deuteros, allos. Okay, these are all synonyms that have their own distinct meaning at times and ways, but also overlap almost all the time. And you have the same thing with other terms like will or spirit, not nature, but like your character. Right. So you have boule, thelema, and gnōmē, and associated verbs that mean basically all the same thing. You can make some fine distinction, but as I'm going to show you, that's not what Justin does. Okay, so reading from the patristic Greek lexicon for gnōmē, this term William keeps bringing up that he doesn't understand and lies about all the time. Page 317, second column. Gnōmē, mind. In the sense of spirit, character, opinion, view, doctrine, especially of heretics like William. It says especially of heretics, but not William. But he is a heretic. So. Will. He calls me a lot worse. Will. You know, it gives a lot of these like intervening examples. Free will, choice, of one's own accord, voluntarily, decision, judgment. That's it. There's no essence. He's a liar. And none of those terms mean essence. They're attributes of your character or person that define you regardless of your underlying substance, right? So that's why spirits have character, will, mind, decision making, and so do humans. They're characteristics of people. They're not natures, mind, will, these things. So William is a liar and doesn't define his meanings with standard sources like we do. If you're at Justin Dialogue 127,
yeah, let me just pull that up, Greg. I got that.
Okay. At the
here.
very first part, well, close to it, I guess. Here's an example of a use of gnōmē, since William doesn't provide it to us. I will. And I also went over this in some detail in my last part 3 review of your debate. But if you see right here, let's see.
Yeah, just let me know if I have to scroll down further or.
Yeah, keep going.
Okay.
Keep going.
Okay. Okay, here maybe
Okay, stop
around
there. Okay, so well, go all the way up until where it says Abraham nor Isaac nor Jacob is the second line. Right around 135 on the far right.
Okay.
Go all the way up to where it says therefore neither.
Right here.
That's good.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll look at the Greek in a minute because it's not lining up, but it says therefore neither Abraham nor Isaac nor Jacob nor any other man saw the Father and ineffable Lord of all, and also Christ, but saw him, meaning the second God, who was according to his will, his Son, being God and the angel, because he ministered to his will. That word will right there, that's the object of ministering to his will, that's gnōmē. And the word for ministering to, which means to serve, to be subject to, is hypereteo. It's a form of hypereteo. So now there's another text that says that we'll get to that this other God is hypereteoing God, the Most High God, showing he is in fact subject to. If you're serving someone, yes, that's what being subject to means. Hypereteo. Both the preposition contrasted with the other preposition and the verb prove subject to. We can get into it more later. But right here on gnōmē. So right there it says he serves the gnōmē of God. And it uses hypereteo right there. Now it uses, if you look at that quote again, that part we were at, I don't see where it is, but it said in there right before it referenced the, I don't know why it's not showing that part. Did it change the size?
No, I didn't change anything. How about, should I go up further?
It looks like it's only showing the one English column in a large frame.
Oh, you don't see the Greek on the left side?
No. I only see a large English text.
Okay. How about now? Is it any different? If not, let me do this. How about this? Let me re-share it. Let me share my screen again. Okay. How about now? Is it any better?
It's still loading.
How about now?
I don't see it on there.
Really? Because I'm okay. They said I'm lagging. I don't know. I can see it very clearly on my end, Greg. I'm looking at the
Okay.
Greek.
Well, we'll just let it go through then. So, okay, there it is. So you can see we're right around the middle where that 5 is. Right below that it says, but saw him who was according to his will, his son. Do you see that?
Yes. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's that word for will right there, according to his will, is boule, a form of boule.
Mm-hmm.
So again, these terms are used interchangeably all over the place, and I'm going to show you an example of that in addition to this right now. But it's very important that we know according to his will, that's boule, and then below that when it says because he ministered to his will, that's the verb hupereteo and the noun boule, will. Like, I'm sorry, gnome. Boule is the first one. Gnome is the one he's ministering to. But if you go to dialogue 61, where it says he was begotten of the Father by an act of will.
Yeah, I'm going to bring that up here.
Bring that up. So we've just shown that in dialogue 127, he uses boule and gnome as basically synonyms and says he's serving hypereteo, God's gnome. So he's clearly not his gnome, and he's serving it, right? It's like as much of a disconnect as you can have. If you're the actual gnome, how could you be serving the gnome? So that's ridiculous. But look at dialogue 61.
Yeah, this is here. Can you see it, Greg? Is it coming up?
So right in the middle there, kind of where it says, for he can be called by all those names since he ministers to the Father's will, and since he was begotten by the Father by an act of will.
Yeah, there you go.
Right here, he uses the same verb he used in 127 with gnome, hypereteo, to serve or to be serving. So in 127, he says that the logos hypereteos, the Father's gnome. Right here, where it says he ministers to the Father's will, that the Greek is, it's the same verb and form, the infinitive form, hyperetein to patriko boule matai. So it uses boule there with the exact same verb for serving, hypereteo, just like in 127. So there's no question he views boule and gnome as synonyms. He even did that in the other reference. But then he says, look, he says, and he's begotten from the Father by an act of will.
Yeah, that's game over.
That's another verb. That's fellow. So he uses boule and fellow right in this one reference.
Interchangeably,
that mean will or intention. And he uses boule with hypereteo exactly like he uses hypereteo with gnome in 127. So he's serving God's boule and his gnome, and he was begotten by his verbal will. See, they keep saying that he is the will, or his mind.
Yeah, Father Kappas mentioned that. If you could comment on that, because what I did was I tried to show a distinction between what Athanasius said and what Justin Martyr said. And Athanasius criticized not Justin Martyr, but criticized the Arians for saying that the Son was begotten of the Father's will, because he interpreted that, rightly so, that if that were the case, then that would mean that the Son would be temporal. He wouldn't be eternal, because anything that's created or begotten by a will is temporal in nature and contingent. He's not necessary. He's not the same necessary being as the Father. And so Athanasius rightly pointed out that we can't say that the Father was begotten by the Father's will. And then what did the Nicene Creed wind up saying instead? The Father was begotten as the Son was begotten by the Father's essence. Now, if you remember, when I asked William about that, what the Nicene Creed said in the debate, all of a sudden he was flabbergasted. He was, dumbstruck. He completely shut down I mean, I thought he was a good little Catholic boy. He didn't even know what his own Nicene Creed said. I mean, come on. He forgot what Nicaea said. And
No, I got
my
a kill
point
shot
was
here. I got a real good kill shot that I don't want to forget. So I didn't want to interrupt you, but this is really
go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So 127 and 61 both use hypereteo for the logos's serving the one God's Gnōmē and Boule. Father Kappas and these others want to tell us that he's either the mind or will, or the Boule or Gnōmē. But that's not what it says begat him. It says right here, you have the Greek here. Let's see if I don't know if it's on the screen, but if it is, I can highlight it.
It is. Are you able to see?
Well, I just mean in terms of like lining up. So.
Okay.
Yeah, if you go up a little higher, it should be there. There, right there. It's there. I can see it. Never mind. So if you look directly across from your highlight and go up, you see that number 2?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So to the left
starting
of that,
at 2? Okay.
No, that's where it ends. So go up 2 lines from 2, and you see that word in the middle, ek, E-K,
right
it looks like. Ek, and then T-E, it looks like, te.
Yeah.
Okay, right there. So right after that it says, tu hyperetein, to patrico boule mati. The one serving the Father's will, and kai ek tu apatu patros, and from the Father, thelese gegenestai, he willed to be begotten. Okay, this is where Father Kappas in their argument will die. I don't mean you, Father Kappas, I mean your argument. Maybe William. Either way. So here's my kill shot. We've already established 127 and 61 use hypereteo, the verb, for ministering or serving, with boule and gnōmē. So he can't be either one of those. He's serving those, right? Is he serving himself? No, he's serving the gnōmē and the boule of the Father. But right here in this same passage where it says that he serves the Father's boule, it says the Father fellowed him into existence.
Yeah.
So they would have to be saying he's the verbal action of willing, right? That's not a noun. Gnōmē and boule are nouns. They have verbs too, but where it says that the word is serving, hypereteo, 127 and 61 right here, those are nouns. Boule and gnōmē, nouns. So potentially, yes, we could identify Jesus as one of those nouns. But here it's a verb, fellow. So what are they saying? That Jesus, Logos is identified with the verbal action of God's will? That doesn't even make sense, right? Because it's literally what's begetting him. So he would be begetting himself and therefore be unbegotten like the Father, which they don't believe. It's incredible, right? So Father Kappas, you have to be saying, or whoever, that he's the fellow, the verbal act, the verbal will of the Father, not the abstract noun will. That's not what this says. It says he was begotten by the verbal action of the Father's will, the fellow, the lese gegenestai, and he's serving, hypereteo, the boule and the gnōmē of the Father. So he can't be the boule or the gnōmē. He's serving them, and those aren't even what begot him, unless, again, we're talking synonyms. It says the fellow begot him. So they're confusing all these words. They're saying, well, he's begotten by the Father here in 61, but he's actually the Father's will that he's begotten from. No, that's a different word that's a noun, and this is a different word that's a verb. So is he begotten from the verb that means will? Well, if that's the case, why do you keep saying he's begotten from the noun that's different from the verb that says it begat him? You see what I'm saying? They're just really imprecise and sloppy. And they're banking on the fact that people aren't going to be able to differentiate between these terms sufficiently to show what they're doing. But that's what we do, right, Jake? So I think it's very clear. He serves the Boule and the Gnōmē, and he was begotten by the Father's Philo, the verbal action of his Boule and Gnōmē. The noun would be philema, right? So if they wanted to identify him with the Father's like actual eternal abstract will, then it should say here he was begotten from his thelema, at least. It still wouldn't be true, but for them, that would be a closer way of saying it. Here, though, this doesn't even make sense. They're literally saying he is the Father's verbal action will, when they're otherwise telling us he's the nominal will of the Father, the noun will, the abstract thing that exists as part of his person. This is the action. So we need clarification from Father Coppus and anyone else. Are you telling us the Logos in Justin is begotten from the verbal action of the Father's Philo? If you're saying it's from the nominal thelema, where's your text? If you're saying he's begotten from the Boule or the Gnōmē, where's your text? And if you find a text that says that, how do you say that it means he's either the Boule or the Gnōmē when it very clearly says in 127 and 61, he's serving both the Boule and the Gnōmē? I don't believe you can competently argue that he is something he's serving. I know they get ridiculous quite a bit, but even that one I think is too much for them.
Yeah. And I don't know how you can be something that you're supposedly begotten by. I mean, it's just
right. It's a verbal action of the actual abstract attribute. And they don't understand that.
Exactly. It's just utterly ridiculous. But here we've been doing a lot of correcting them on Greek and their basic comprehension skills. So in light of that, let's get to a very ironic clip from William right here. Let's take a listen.
Into the sources as suspect, particularly his laughing off of me showing that heteros theos, another God, is in reference to another person in the Godhead. And then I've had people say, well, doesn't it doesn't say another person, it says another God. I know it says another God, but what does heteros theos mean? This is where people, and this is where I'm baffled by the critical skills of some people, Unitarians and Muslims, which think that I am saying it doesn't say another God. I know it does, but what does he mean? What does he mean by heteros theos? He's quoting from Philo, and by virtue of quoting from Philo, another God means another person in the Godhead. You got to square that away. And by the way, we put out a whole article breaking down the Greek from Philo, from the TLG, from Justin, from the TLG, from his critical text, the critical text of St. Justin, and Philo. We've put it out. Hey, Jake, if you think that you can refute it, by all means do it. You've got your Unitarian buddy, Greg Stafford, who, by the way, I had to correct him in the Greek when he came on with me and Sam. By all means, refute that article. You are welcome to give it your best shot. The fact of the matter is, you've got to be able to deal with critical text. You've got to be able to look at the text and not rip it out of context, but be able to understand it. And I don't feel Jake was doing that fairly in any way or logically at all either.
Yeah.
So, Greg, we're being accused of lacking comprehension skills, ripping things out of context, not knowing the Greek, being corrected on Greek. I mean, pretty much kind of like what we've been doing to them for the past 2.5 hours. So it's really ironic that William would say that. And then he keeps doubling down on Philo and saying, yeah, Philo means by a second God, another divine person. I mean, seriously, where the hell are they getting this from? It's just crazy. I was laughing when I saw that. But what are your thoughts?
Well, I mean, they're in denial. They're not addressing what we're actually saying. So this is their attempt to make everyone think it's no big deal when it's actually it's really bothering them. In fact, this is not a good time for them, and it's proven by the way they're handling this. But the thing is with William, he keeps talking about this. He says he corrected me on the Greek. What are you talking about? I didn't make an argument about deuteros theos. I just referenced it offhand and used deuteros instead of heteros because I know they're synonyms, and I didn't recall exactly who used which term because I don't read them all the time, right? Yeah. So he seized on that, and And now he's saying, well, it doesn't matter what it says, it matters what it means. Oh, okay, well then why don't you understand that it's a synonym? And so regardless of whether it says heteros or deuteros, they mean the same thing.
Exactly.
What kind of, my point was that deuteros and heteros were synonyms. Did he correct me on that? No, he actually has come around to agreeing with me because he was forced to, even though he still doesn't seem to fully understand. So, you know, it's very obvious to me that William is he doesn't really know what he's talking about, and he's having a hard time handling this because he's pumped himself up into this big patristic scholar. But yeah, all I said was deuteros and heteros are synonyms and qualified theos. He denied that, so I taught him they're synonyms, which he now agrees, and he lied and said it means another person. It never means another person. That's never a meaning for theos. It's only a meaning in Trinitarianism. So all he does is simply ignore the term and use the word he wants and claims they mean the same thing without showing us they mean the same thing. It's begging the question. It's a circular argument. It's all they have. So William has been destroyed in every way possible, first by you and then subsequently by me on some related matters. But the worst part is he just doesn't own up to it, right? He doesn't own up to it and say, yeah, I can see that Sebelmai is used for angels too. So I'll back off that. I still think it's important, but yeah, okay, you gave me an example. Or he doesn't say, okay, I can see Justin and Philo are both Middle Platonists, and I think they believe in the Trinity, and so second God, another God. Yeah, those are synonyms, Greg. You were right on that. And yes, while Justin says heteros, it means the same thing as deuteros. So, okay. No, he doesn't do that. Instead, he actually admits he was wrong and then continues criticizing me for being right. It's pretty wild stuff.
It's absolutely crazy, Greg.
Oh, this article. Yeah. So, you know, that article he keeps talking. I didn't realize that was something we needed to deal with. I'm more than happy to write an article or prepare a draft, send it to you, let you fill it in, and we'll put our own joint article out there and smoke these guys. There's nothing in that article that I saw that's a problem at all. It'll just make them look as bad as we're making them look now. But I plan on doing a lot more writing. So if he wants to have a writing contest and have us lay everything out, I'm more than happy to do that too. Get him to commit in writing what he's saying verbally, so it'll look even more stupid and we'll have a permanent written record of it. I'm all for anything. I've had it with these guys, so I'm going to expose them at every turn. They've come after me personally and in ways that are unacceptable now. They don't admit when they're wrong and try to work things out. They're dishonest people. They slander me in every way possible. Sam's out there dreaming of me as a woman. So these guys are not Christians, and we need to remember that. They're the main group, and they have power, so we have to deal with them. But these are not good people. And I think William's handling of your debate with him and my responses proves that.
Yeah, definitely. Greg, there is a question here. It's not directly related, but if you want to answer, you can. This person said, who is true, his son and God in 1 John 5:20 Greek? I'm assuming you'd be familiar with what he's referring to there.
Yes. So I've written about this for a long time. I'll just bring it up real quickly. And I have a video on my channel.
I got it right here. I just shared here just for people who don't know about it.
Oh, okay.
Can you see that?
Oh, I don't. I'm still seeing Justin on your screen. I see really? Justin still on your screen. But while that's coming up, so I have a video. If you search on my channel, 1 John 5:20, it'll come right up where I go into the Greek. I also wrote back in 2000 an excursus on Granville Sharp's rule that relates to 1 John 5:20 and Professor Wallace's thesis, where I get into the Greek probably the most heavily in that section. And so I still don't see it on your screen though, Jake. I don't know why, maybe the lagging. But in 1 John 5:20, it's referring, so it's talking about God. It's not talking about Jesus, and even grammatically, the whole Sharp's rule thing doesn't apply there. And it's very clear. It says, we know that the Son of God has come. And again, I understand that this isn't Muslim theology. I'm reading 1 John though. The Son of God has come and given us understanding so that we may know the true one. ton alethenon. That's the true one. So the Son came so we would know ton alethenon, and we are in him who is true, to aletheno, in the Son of him, to Jesus Christ. And then it says, he is the true God and life eternal. Now, this is where Trinitarians really get blown out. They think that the pronoun hutos, this is the true God and eternal life at the end, can only directly relate back to the immediately preceding subject, which in this case would be Jesus Christ. That's not true. 2 John 7 does the exact same thing for the Antichrist, and it doesn't apply to the immediately preceding subject. So same Bible literature, John, same grammatical construction. But
can you see this on the screen, Greg? I'm trying to get the Greek word by word here. You able to see that?
No, I still only see the Justin.
Really?
Yeah.
Is anybody else seeing on my screen in the chat? Are you guys seeing that 1 John 5:20 on the screen? If people could put in the comments. Yeah, people are saying that they see what I have on there, Greg. So it might be on your end.
Oh, okay. Yeah. No, I see it now. My bad.
Okay.
Okay. So that was exactly what I was looking at myself in another screen. So I was a little confusing. My bad. So we know him that is true. The Son of God is come, given us understanding, so that we may know him who is true, the true one. That's what I was referring to. Ton alethenon. And then it says, and we are in the true, ton aletheno, in the Son of him. So clear distinction, of him is the true one, Jesus Christ. And then it right after that says hutos. It doesn't mean he necessarily, it means this one. This one is the true God and life eternal. Now, again, this is where Trinitarians make the mistake. They ignore the what we just read, the true one references, and Son of him, Son of the true one. So it really, to me, is clear that the true God here is the true one that they're talking about. But
and it's reminiscent of John 17:3, isn't it, Greg? When he says
the same thing. Yeah. But the preceding part that's above there, where we read, it used ton alethenon as a substantive, right? The true one twice, and the Son of him. And then it concluded with true God. That hutos immediately after Jesu Christo is what throws them. But if you just go to 2 John 7 in that same
okay, I'm bringing it up here. 2 John 7, right? Where is it? 2 John. 2 John chapter 1 verse 7, is that it?
Yeah, right.
Okay, I got it up here.
So it says, for many deceivers have entered the world, those not confessing Jesus Christ coming in the flesh. Okay, so right there, stop. See how right after flesh it uses the same term from 1 John 5:20, hutos?
Yeah, hutos.
This is the deceiver. But look at who is immediately preceding. Jesus Christ coming in the flesh. Yeah. So this is not how Greek grammar works. You don't just take a pronominal reference and apply it immediately to the preceding subject. You have to understand the context and who's being discussed. And in 1 John 5:20, it's the true one. So this is the true God, naturally applies to him. Just like right here, it's talking about deceivers. It's not referring to Jesus Christ as a deceiver, even though he's the immediately preceding subject before hutos.
Yeah, so basically what Greg is saying here is that just because he's the immediate preceding subject, that doesn't mean that the next word after it, hutos, necessarily has to be referring back to that previous subject. Because if it had, then that would entail that Jesus is the Antichrist. Isn't that right? I mean,
exactly.
According
That's
to
how
this
they
passage,
interpret these things.
Yeah, according to 2 John verse 7, if what they're saying was a strict rule in Greek, then that would therefore entail that 2 John chapter 1 verse 7 would mean that the Son, Jesus Christ, is the Antichrist, which is ridiculous. It's absurd.
And this is John, right? This is how he writes.
Yeah, it's the same author. It's the same author. Yeah. Exactly. So I hope that's sufficient, right, Greg? I can X out of this now, or
Yeah, I mean that covers the whole basis for why they claim that Jesus is called the true God in 1 John 5:20, which again we just showed is incorrect, and it ignores the context that attaches true God to the true one.
right?
Differentiate from his son in that text.
Yeah. Okay, let's go to the next. I mean, I have two more references. One is something we covered last time where William claims again about Arius, and he makes this big to do about Proverbs chapter 8 and Athanasius correcting him on it. But as I pointed out, Athanasius does not have the same position about Proverbs 8:22 as Justin Martyr does, because Justin Martyr believes that Proverbs 8:22 is talking about the generation of the Son in his quote unquote divine nature, or however you want to talk about it. It's not referring to the incarnation. Whereas Athanasius, because he understands that word there of begottenness and createdness to be referring to, yes, a genuine creation, he therefore has to say, no, that's only referring to Christ's human nature. It's not even referring to this, pre-incarnation generation. No, it can't be referring to that, because he understands those words to be referring to creation. So
which
that was
contextually, it's a contextually absurd interpretation. And William misreferences Proverbs' description of wisdom as from everlasting. That's not what it says. It says before the age which is being described, which is used also in Micah 7 and 5 for the Messiah and for regular humans, talking about a past age, not everlasting in the past. Ionos.
Right. And let me go to this one other clip here. Let's see. Just share my screen again to get this back up. Okay.
Viewed as a high authority, the way he was viewed, he's even referred to by the great Saint Irenaeus, who tells in Book 4, Chapter 6, he received testimony from all that he was very man and that he was very God from the Father and from the Spirit. For the Son, being present with his own handiwork from the beginning, reveals the Father to all, to whom he wills, and when he wills, and as the Father wills. Wherefore then, in all things and through all things, there is one God, the Father, and one Word, and one Son, and one Spirit, and one salvation to all who believe in him. By the way, right in the same context as saying that Saint Justin the Martyr received testimony from all that he was very man and very God. Right in that context, he lays out Trinitarian theology. There's no way around it. There just really isn't. You are desperate if you're trying to argue that he was not a Trinitarian.
William looks like the guy.
So that's desperation. There's no way around it. It's completely definitive. So what do you
right there,
think
one
about
God the Father, not one God the Father, Son, Holy Spirit. So I mean, they're just reading their beliefs into all this stuff. This is pretty bad right here.
Yeah, so this is Irenaeus, Book 4, Chapter 6. So, Greg, does this look like definitive proof that Irenaeus is claiming Justin Martyr was a Trinitarian?
I mean, it clearly is not, and he doesn't get into any Greek words, right? We don't have it in front of us, so I don't want to speculate on some things. Again, I've reviewed most of this stuff over the course of my career, but I don't recall what the underlying text says for the stuff. You got to look at it. Unless you're William, in which case it doesn't matter if you ever look at it. But it says right here, so we don't deny that he's this whole very God thing, right? They like these words, God from God. They don't understand the non-Trinitarian understanding of that in people like Justin, Irenaeus, or me, right? So we can, like Justin, see that God is an eternal fire, but that he creates a second fire that doesn't lessen him, but that is itself just like him, fire. But they think that somehow means the Trinity. That's exactly what the Bible teaches in regards to these angels that are fires like God and who are separate beings from him. So they just combine all these descriptions and then act like it's teaching the Trinity. So you could literally have someone like Irenaeus or Paul. There is one God the Father, right? That's literally what Paul says in 1 Corinthians 8:6. So I know Muslims don't, this father thing isn't quite universally shared, but I'm just talking about what the Christians in the Bible and Irenaeus says. And by father, we just mean creator, really, not like a real father. But this here is not Trinitarian. Trinity is one God, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Okay? It's not even the Father and his spirit and wisdom, or word and wisdom, like Theophilus and some who use the term Trinity believe. Right? It's not the same Trinity, but they'll find texts that either use the word Trinity or triad, but it's not the same Trinity. Or they'll find a reference like this that refers to all three in a non-Trinitarian sense, even identifying the one God as one person, and then claim it's Trinitarian, right? So this is all they have, apparently, or the best. So there's clearly no Trinitarianism in this section of Irenaeus. And what we're reading literally says the same thing as what I believe. One God the Father.
Yep, definitely. Now, there's a clip here that I put together that I wanted to get your reaction to. Let's take a look at this.
So Justin is replying to the old man. He says, "Is what you say then of a like nature with that of which Plato in Timaeus hints about the world, when he says that it is indeed subject to decay inasmuch as it has been created, but that it will neither be dissolved nor meet with the fate of death on account of the will of God? Does it seem to you the very same can be said of the soul and generally of all things? For those things which exist after God, or shall at any time exist, these have the nature of decay, and are such as may be blotted out and cease to exist. For God alone is unbegotten and incorruptible, and therefore he is God. But all other things after him are created and corruptible." So Jake's argument is God alone is unbegotten and corruptible. We know the Son is begotten. So is Justin saying that the Son is created and corruptible?
Yeah. But here in dialogue with Trypho 5 is very clearly referring to those that are mortal. That is what is being referred to. And he points out that God, by his very nature, is not begotten. We recognize that. We know that. We agree. The problem is he's not dealing with anything. He's not dealing with anything other than the nature of God here. In distinction with mortal humanity, he doesn't get it. That's why he continues harping on dialogue with Trypho 5, even quoting scholars, but taking them out of context.
Yeah, I mean, it's very clear that Justin, if you can maybe, if anything, fault Justin for was just not being detailed, but he's clearly contrasting created creatures with God. So this is just taking him out of context from as far as I can see. Again, make sure to address the fact that your favorite Trinitarian scholar, who you love to quote, admitted that Justin Martyr was a subordinationist in his interview on your channel and in his article quoted below. Okay, well, I went to that article. Let me pull that up here because I got it in a different tab here.
Yeah.
It's actually comes directly from this book, so I'm fully aware of it. It's on page 151. He's referring to this part here. Now, I'm going to ask you a simple question after I read this part here. Now, Michael F. Bird says, yet Justin also implies a certain subordination because God is unbegotten and everything after him is begotten and incorruptible. William, do we disagree that there is some as certain subordination going on between the Father and the Son?
No. And in fact, what Jake is doing is totally misunderstanding.
I'll make this pretty simple. When you see the word subordination, that doesn't mean subordinationism, or that he's a subordinationist. We agree with Bird here. There is a certain subordination as Orthodox Trinitarians. I mean, if you read this book, Michael F. Bird's main point is that sometimes Justin was not exact in his language because he didn't have the Nicene Creed in his pocket. So he may have been using words that may not have been exact or on point, but he's very clearly going through and showing that Justin and other church fathers were clearly Trinitarians. I highly recommend this book. I highly recommend it.
And I don't think
if you just read Michael Bird's book, you can't take him out of context. It's clear he says He doesn't say he's a subordinationist. He says there's a certain subordination, which again is consistent with Trinitarianism.
So Michael is saying that Michael F. Bird, when he says that there's a certain subordination with Justin, according to Dialogue with Trypho, chapter 5, he's saying, oh, no, he just means subordination in role, like, what the Trinitarians say, that the Father sends the Son, and then the Son sends the Holy Spirit, and it's just in terms of role, but not in terms of essence or ontological status or anything like that. Now, let's see if that's what he actually means. I mean, this is why I say that in this case, Greg, I think that Michael is truly dishonest because he actually interviewed that author. So there's no excuse of him misinterpreting what he means by that. So let's take a listen to what the author actually says.
Super chat, Brandon, much appreciated. Another one here from Eddie. Didn't Justin Martyr say that Jesus is another God? And if you want, I can put that quote on the screen for you here.
Yeah, he did. He said he's like a second God. Philo says something similar about the Logos. He calls him a second God. Here's the problem. Like I said, the church is, trying to figure out what's the best language to describe Jesus. Now, Justin Martyr can use the language of a second God. He can also describe Jesus as coming from the Father, I think, as light from the sun or light from a candle, which you could argue maybe confuses the source with the effect or something. But people are using all sorts of language and terms to try articulate who Jesus is, like I said, in light of scripture, in light of tradition, and in a way that's often compelling or coherent to a Jewish or a pagan audience. I mean, you can say this about Justin Martyr. He kind of helps the church move forward in the discussion on Christology. So he's doing things that are moving, I think, the discussion forward. But a lot of what he says by later standards would be regarded as either erroneous or incomplete. So, you could argue that Justin Martyr definitely has a divine Christology, but in places it's still a little bit clumsy or clunky when compared to the later Nicene statements of it. But you can see how what Justin Martyr is doing, the way he describes Jesus, you can see how it's moving on a trajectory towards something like Nicaea, but he's not there yet. So you could call Justin, in some senses, proto-Nicene, but in other senses, he might be somewhat anti-Nicene. He does have a little bit of a subordinationist tendency in some aspects. So in some ways, you could say he was closer to Arius in the 4th century. But in other ways, he's also a precursor of Athanasius and Nicene Christology. And this is the thing. It's messy. It's precursor in some aspects. So in some ways, you could say he was closer to Arius.
Wait a second. So what he means by subordination, the author himself, is, first of all, he says that he has a subordinationist tendency. Now, Michael Jones, Inspiring Philosophy, tried to make a distinction between subordination and subordinationist. Well, on your own show, you lying devil, Mr. Inspiring Dishonesty, the guy you're interviewing clarified what he meant by that. He explicitly said subordinationist and said that in some ways, Justin Martyr was closer to Arius. So was Arius merely a subordinationist in terms of role that he played, that the Son played? No, he meant in terms of essence and ontological status and his being, his very nature. That's why he didn't agree on homoousion. So Michael F. Bird literally says that Justin Martyr in some ways was anti-Nicene, meaning against Nicaea, and was on the side of Arius. So how could Michael Jones, Inspiring Philosophy, try to interpret this author as saying something other than that and saying, no, he just meant merely subordination in terms of role? Is this not a clear example of dishonesty here, Greg?
It is. And the thing is, these guys, what they're trying to do is just explain their lack of history. Do you think Justin Martyr would think he's confused or messy or working his way to a proper understanding? No, he's like really dialed in and prepared to discuss with biblical Jewish believers exactly what he's talking about. He's not confused at all.
Right.
And so they're confused. They're confused because they see people like Justin Martyr not believing in the Trinity and teaching something totally different. So
Right.
because they lie to themselves and others, they need to make sense of it somehow. So they come up with these terms: messy, not always accurate,
Yeah.
sort of subordination, a certain subordinationism, which allows them to put their foot in the water but not get wet, which is impossible, boys. So he's either a subordinationist or he's not. There's no certain. What do you mean certain? Did your toe get wet or not? Right. So they just play these games so that they don't end up having to accept everything Justin actually teaches.
Yeah.
And creating this out for them when people bring it up to say, well, he was still working it out, right? He didn't have the Nicene Creed in his back pocket. No, he had 1 Corinthians 8:6, but that wasn't enough. From the inspired apostles as Christians, no, not enough. We need to wait for Middle Platonists to come along and clarify all these things, well, partially, because then the Roman pagans will come, and then with the pagan emperor on the throne, that's when we get full clarity. That's when he gives us the term homoousios, homoousion, and thereafter we get the Trinitarianism we have today. Never before that, not on a doctrinal level enforced. So yeah, no, they didn't figure this out until several hundred years after, in our view, the Holy Spirit came in. And as we just read from 1 John 5:20, we were given the knowledge to know Jesus and the true one. That's what 1 John 5:20 said, that the Son came and gave us the knowledge of them. Oh, so if he came and gave the inspired apostles the knowledge of Jesus and the true God, why are they still figuring it out with Middle Platonism in the time of Justin? Right, because they're not using the biblical teachings. They're using Middle Platonism and their own ideas, which are more consistent than later Trinitarianism. But these guys they're just in the worst possible position. They've adopted a several hundred years after the fact theology, and everyone before then, at least several decades from the council before then, going backwards, doesn't agree with what they require. And so they've got to somehow say, like we heard him earlier, the Bible teaches the Trinity, Philo teaches the Trinity, Justin teaches the Trinity, when no one was teaching the Trinity as they believe it until the 4th century. But they changed the meaning of words. Theos becomes a person. If Theos can become a person that's not an individual God, then anything's possible, right? Well, why even argue at all? Because if they're allowed to do that, then they're basically just allowed to assume their doctrine. And so we're allowing them to beg the question that Theos means a person of a consubstantial being versus an actual being who is a God or God. That's what it means and always has meant, except for in Trinitarianism. It's never meant anything but an actual individual God, except for them. And because it doesn't mean anything but an individual God and anyone before them, like Justin Martyr either, they have to do the same thing they do with the Bible and just lie. Yeah, so they say they know it says another God. Okay, well, why don't you just stay right there? Well, even if you interpret it as meaning a person, why are you guys changing the word? It says another God. So why don't you just keep saying that? No, because
and William never admitted that during the debate, by the way, Greg. He wouldn't even say those words.
Oh, okay. Well, no, because he doesn't believe it. He doesn't believe what Justin actually teaches. So he can't. He's disallowing himself from accepting reality. Reality is Justin believes in another God who's below the one above whom there is no other God, proving they can't possibly be the same God, because otherwise that wouldn't be possible. You wouldn't be able to, if they're two persons sharing one nature of being, one can't be above the other, and it be said that no one else is above that one, while simultaneously saying that one is above the other one, right? And so the only way they make sense of this is, oh, it's all persons. You know, one person's above another person, the economy of the Trinity. Yeah, that's what it means. No, that's not what it says. It says one God's above another God. That's it. Right there. Just stop right there. Understand Middle Platonism, and you're good. They can't do that because they're liars.
Yeah. Now, Greg, you can see why they kind of like that guy, Michael F. Bird, because he's slippery. Like, on the one hand, he'll kind of admit, where he'll clearly state something like Justin contradicts Nicaea or was anti-Nicene in some senses, right? And then he'll say, in some senses, he was closer to Arius. Right. So that's like where he's kind of being honest and straightforward. But then on the other hand, he'll try to add, and he'll use the same proof texts that a lot of Trinitarians will use to try to say, oh, well, Justin believed that they had the same essence, or Justin believed that the Son was eternal, or Justin believed X, Y, Z. And then what he winds up saying, which is not actually a principle of charity by which you read any text, his only conclusion that he can draw is that Justin literally contradicts himself. So he posits this contradictory Justin, where Justin is being honest about Justin in the passages that we would bring up to clearly demonstrate that he was subordinate and a lesser divinity and so on and so forth. But then he'll bring up the other passages that William and Sam and these other guys want to quote to try to show the opposite, and then he just throws up his hands and basically says, yeah,
It's
Justin,
messy.
yeah,
It's
Justin, yeah, it's messy. Justin contradicts himself, and at times, yeah, he is subordinationist in his theology, but at other times he's not, and he's just contradicting himself. No, maybe it's the fact that the passages you're admitting he was clearly subordinationist, that is the correct interpretation, and those other interpretations based on passages you're bringing up in the other regard, you're just jamming your Trinitarian theology into it, and Justin isn't actually saying that. So you're creating this contradiction in Justin because you can't actually deal with the full truth. So Michael F. Bird, in one sense, he's more honest, a little bit more honest than these other guys.
A little bit.
Because he'll admit.
They would never, these two right here, they would never say some of the things he's saying.
Exactly.
But because he also says some of the things they say.
Exactly. They like him. So what they'll do, Greg, is just like kind of how Michael F. Bird is, he'll be honest on a little bit of Justin and grant us what we're saying, but then he'll throw in the other stuff that the Trinitarians like and create like this schizophrenic Justin where he's contradicting himself.
Right.
This is what the Trinitarian apologists do with Michael F. Bird, where they will only bring up passages from Bird where Bird seems like he's agreeing with them, but then they won't bring up the other half from Bird where Bird explicitly said on this Losers channel, it explicitly said in some ways Justin is anti-Nicene, anti with an I, not with an E.
That's a good analogy.
Yeah,
that's exactly what they're doing.
Exactly. So they are doing the same thing with Bird that he is doing with Justin.
They're dishonest people. Now that dialogue 5, I don't know if you were going to bring it up, but they brought up and misquoted it completely. It destroys them and proves he's not talking about mortals at all. He's talking about everyone after the unbegotten God. He even says in the Greek, ta de loipa panta meta tuton. All after what remains from the unbegotten, everything after the unbegotten is begotten and created. The contrast is with the unbegotten and everything else. It says all. Panta. And they always ignore that when it's against
them. They're completely buried on that point, Greg. They have, I mean, we went through it last time. They are absolutely buried on that point, and they can't deal with it. It's even to the point that where Bird has a semblance of honesty and says that Justin was a subordinationist. You know what text he cites? Dialogue with Trypho, chapter 5, boys.
Exactly.
So that means in the part that he's being honest and agreeing with us is the same argument that I use from chapter 5 of Justin's dialogue where I completely buried William, and he had no answer to it. He was completely stupefied. He had no answer whatsoever.
Even that same passage says that on account of being the unbegotten, he is God.
Exactly.
So there's no way they could be the same God unless you believe the Logos is unbegotten.
Exactly. That's why in my cross-examination section, Greg, I asked this question specifically. I said, does Justin ever call the Son unbegotten? And he said no. Of course, he had to admit no. I said, okay, does he ever call him begotten? He said, yeah,
great.
of course, all the time.
Real good.
So right there, he's barbecue chicken. He's done.
It was a massacre. I mean, I felt bad for William because it was back when I actually thought he was one of the decent two of the moped twins. But I didn't think, I felt kind of bad for him. I thought this is going to be really bad, but I was going to highlight some stuff anyway because it ties in so well with a lot of things we argue about, and he's with Sam. But then he went insane. So I was like, okay, this guy's crazy, but I mean, your debate alone, I don't really think I needed to do anything. It's good to kind of emphasize and like fill out some things.
Yeah, definitely.
I don't see how anyone in their right mind could watch that debate. And even if you leave the debate believing in the Trinity and agreeing with William, there's no way you could think he won that just in terms of presentation. Not to mention the content was a wipeout, but set that aside, right? Just structurally, it wasn't even close,
Yeah, and I honestly, I overestimated William because I thought that he was a much more seasoned debater, but he was so ill prepared. I mean, his arguments, he was just assuming things, begging the question many times. And when I asked for sources, he didn't even have anything ready, and then tried to make it seem like it was my problem. Like
you can't ask me for where you want to know where I'm getting this from, Jake. Sorry, I can't. You're not allowed to ask me where I'm getting this from. Did you know that? I can make stuff up and you can't ask me where it is, but I get to ask you the questions and you can't ask me. So I'm going to pretend something is there. You can't ask me if it's there, and you have to pretend like it is. So go. All right, that's how he is. It's like we're doing with kindergartners or something.
It's so backwards. It's so backwards to anyone who, you don't have to agree with me or Greg about our positions, but anyone who actually knows about debating, like, this is not appropriate for debating at all. You have to have your sources ready, bring your proofs. If your argument is assuming certain texts, you need to have them ready and read them out and explain it.
You defend it. You can't just say, no, that's what it means. Okay, why do you say it means that? Where are you getting this in the articulation of the author, the usage of the terms, or some lexical source we could look at?
Exactly.
Right? And it's just like this unbelievable failure to document anything, and we're supposed to document everything, and we're still wrong. And even though we do, right? So, I think it's pretty clear to any honest person who's telling the truth and trying to do the right things. And it's not them. I wish they were better. Right? I wish they were at least a little more honest. Like Michael Bird. Like if you had someone like him, maybe you could at least make some progress, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
Get him to see that it actually says this and not have him lie to you, right?
Yeah.
But if you can't even get that, like at least a mixed bag from these guys where they'll agree, then there's no real point. It'd be a waste of time. It's good that we wipe them out and make it clear to everyone these are frauds, but it ultimately is kind of depressing and a waste of time.
Yep. So Hamid said, Jake, Michael F. Bird also quotes from Parvis and Mins, who are the scholars that I quoted from, in the same book, and the same book and scholars you quoted from. It shows you didn't rely on liberal scholars. Yeah, they were claiming that I was just relying on liberal scholarship. First of all, 99% of the time, I was just reading Justin, didn't even have to do much explanation. It's just very clear. And then at times where I knew William was going to challenge my interpretation, I just used Parvis and Mins, who are Catholic patristic scholars that specialize in Justin. They dealt with this critical text. You can disagree with them, but they're not liberals. I mean, they're the one guy, Mins, is literally a Catholic monk. I mean, this guy is like, he is the furthest thing from he's definitely not Pope Francis. We know he's
probably a real scholar. He probably really knows.
No, he is. And William, I actually emailed him.
I actually nowhere near there.
Yeah, and I actually emailed him directly, Greg, because even prior to the debate, I wanted to do my due diligence. I wanted to say, okay, if I'm using, obviously I can't email Justin Martyr. He's long gone. Although William and these guys think that they've got him on like speed dial. They can just phone him up and he's ready to answer their prayers type of thing. But so I said, well, let me try to email this guy and just so I can confirm that I'm understanding him properly. And I did. And he agreed. He said, yeah, nowhere does Justin ever say that the Son is the Most High God. So, I mean, it's just, but these guys are not very serious. The best they can try to bring is this Michael Bird guy who's like, on a seesaw, just contradicting himself. But really, they've got nothing. I mean, this is the last thing I have here, and then I'll turn it over to you if there's anything else you want to hit on. But let's take a look at this part. This is chapter 128, which is just really, man, this chapter is working these guys over. But let's take a listen to this from William.
There's no doubt. And up there as well, that's a powerful text. The light from the sun, indivisible. Oh, that even that right there, up there that you highlighted. Light of the sun on earth is indivisible and inseparable from the sun in the heavens. Look, this is powerful. Everything in reference to the divine essence, the eternal generation of the Son that we've seen over and over. The language simply is not on the side, not on Jake's side at all. And I gave Jake plenty of time. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, how is Justin refuting this Trinitarianism when he says it's inseparable and indivisible of the Father? Light of the 100%. Sun on earth is indivisible and inseparable from the sun. But there's still a distinction. There's a distinction between the sun and the rays.
Yep.
So there's a distinction, but it's the same. It's inseparable.
That's not Justin.
This is not modalism. It's not subordinationism. It's Trinitarianism. Now,
100%.
back to the...
No, it's not. It actually is modalism according to Justin, and it's not Justin's view, which I explained this in the video.
Like it was, right?
No, yeah, exactly. Greg, this is the whole point. I made a video because this is why I made a video on them, which is basically, let me get the exact title. I don't want to misquote my own video here. So on the first one, I said, these guys are dishonest because Michael F. Bird already admitted on their own channel. But then I got this second video here, which I recommend you guys watch, but I'll give a quick summary of it here. Let me just share my screen, okay? Which is called Inspiring Dishonesty and Brain Dead Billy, because that's what I'm calling him now. Inspiring Dishonesty and Brain Dead Billy can't read. They literally cannot read. And this is the best that you Trinitarians have to offer. At least give me somebody like Bird. I mean, he's got a little bit of semblance of, deserving some respect that I would be willing to talk to him about. But this is Dialogue with Trypho, chapter 128. And just so people understand how bad this is, okay? If you can see on the screen here, Greg, you see this is chapter 128. So they're reading from the beginning here. And this is where I legitimately believe that these guys are like room temperature level IQ. So they got like maybe 70, on a hot day, maybe it's going up to 75 or maybe even 80 if they don't kick on the air conditioner or something on, like a July or August day. But listen, look this is what Justin's saying here. And listen how bad this is. They see this part here, but maintain that this power is indivisible and inseparable from the Father, just as they say that the light of the sun on earth is indivisible and inseparable from the sun. Now, they think that this is Justin's view. And, these Trinitarians believe with their whole doctrine of the mutual indwelling, or what they call the perichoresis of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. They say, oh, well, look, Justin's a Trinitarian because he's saying the Father and the Word, or the Father and the Son, are indivisible and inseparable from one another. Wow, this is Trinitarianism, guys. Only if this were actually Justin's view, but he's attributing it to somebody else and he's refuting that view. You complete idiots. I mean, like, it doesn't get any worse than this, honestly.
They should be disqualified for this kind of stuff.
Yeah, it's completely disqualifying. So look, let me just briefly break this down here. Okay, look. So at the beginning, Justin is explaining this, and he's already gone on to try to prove that there's another God, you know, as we saw in chapter 56. But then fast forward in here, he says, look, but it is because I know that some wish to anticipate these remarks, meaning some people are going to anticipate what Justin says, and they're going to say something else to counter it, meaning, and to say, this is what they're going to say in anticipation of Justin's remarks. What are they going to say? That the power, meaning the Word or the Son, sent from the Father of all, which appeared to Moses or to Abraham or to Jacob, is called an angel because he came to men, for by him the commands of the Father have been proclaimed to men. And it's called glory because he appears in a vision sometimes that cannot be borne. It's called a man and a human being because he appears arrayed in such forms as the Father pleases. Now listen, notice all of the language. I know they struggle with Greek, but now they struggle even with English translation. And they, meaning they, he's referring to somebody else's view, the ones that are trying to anticipate his remarks or his arguments. And they call him the Word. Why? Because he carries tidings from the Father to men. But maintain. So who is this talking about? Now this is the punchline that we're getting to. He's all the time, they say, but maintain that this power is indivisible and inseparable from the Father, just as they say. Meaning it's not Justin's view. He's attributing this view to someone else, dummies. Just as they say that the light of the sun on earth is indivisible and inseparable from the sun in the heavens. Now he carries on. But then further down, he says, okay, look. Then notice when he switches up here, he says, in this way they teach, okay, still they. But then he gets down here, okay, and he says, but, meaning now he's going to tell you his view. It is proved that there are angels who always exist and never reduced to that form out of which they sprang. And that this power, meaning Justin now is telling you his view, and that this power which the prophetic word calls God, as has also amply been demonstrated, and that language is always used by Justin to refer to his own point, and angel is not numbered as different in name only, like the light of the sun, but is indeed something numerically distinct. So wait a second. Who is speaking here? Because before the sun and the light analogy was being used as the difference between the Father and the Son, indivisible and inseparable. But then down here in this part here, Justin says that the Father or the power is not distinct from the Father in name only, like the light of the sun, but is indeed something numerically distinct. So he's rejecting that analogy, dummies. And then he goes on to give you his own analogy, which is that he says, I took, for the sake of example, I took for the case of fires kindled from a fire, which we see to be distinct from it. He's giving you his analogy, two separate and distinct fires, not the sun and the light analogy, which he says they say is somebody else's view, and he rejects that view. So can you get any worse than this, Greg, where literally they are taking a passage from Justin and they're seeing buzzwords like indivisible and inseparable, and they're attributing that to Justin, and meanwhile in the very same chapter, he's refuting that view. So they're ascribing a view to Justin to try to prove Justin's Trinitarianism when Justin is refuting that very view in the same chapter. I don't think you can get any worse than this.
Exactly. I mean, he's literally refuting what they would say and are saying is Trinitarianism, and they don't even see that. But look at that third line up on the Greek side. You see where it says, on the English, it says, I took the case of fires kindled from a fire, which we see to be distinct from it.
Exactly. Yep. Right.
So look at that third line on the left, up from Allah on the bottom. It says on the far left, Pira hetera or omen. Fire another we see. On the third line of the one at the top that you highlighted. Pira hetera or omen. Another fire. That's what that says. That's like heteros theos right there. But hetera pira. Another fire.
Exactly.
So it's talking about a separate, distinct fire lit from another fire that doesn't lessen the original fire, fitting perfectly with Middle Platonism. This has nothing to do with two fires sharing the same fire essence, right? Yes, they're both fires, but they're not sharing the same essence, right? They're not doing this, they're doing this. So that right there is consistent. Pura hetera. It's exactly like what he's talking about with heteros theos. And he's using these same terms. And so I think you destroyed them on this beyond recovery. And they're going to have to admit that they misread Justin in the English and then realize he's refuting the very analogy that they are arguing for. And hopefully that will get them to see Justin's not a Trinitarian.
Yeah, I would hope so, Greg. But unfortunately, I don't think that's the case. I don't think they're, just like they haven't addressed your challenge, Greg, on First Apology, chapter 6, and several of the 31, the another God, Deuterostheia, all of the different challenges, Gnōmē now and Boule.
One last thing too on Gnōmē and 61. If you have time for one more, just a brief one, I'll share at the end. If not, we've done so much.
Hold on, let me
go to dialogue 61. But yet I don't see them responding to anything other than them just lying and saying, like William said, yes, I know it says theos, but it means person. Okay, that's not an argument, William. We know it says theos. You can probably read that Greek, but you keep lying and saying it doesn't mean theos, and then saying that it says theos, but doesn't mean theos. Okay, so there's no argument in that whole equation. There's just us saying it says theos, and you saying, yes, I know it says theos, but it doesn't mean theos. So we're missing the whole argument in that equation, William, if you could help us out. So chapter 61 was one thing I was going to finish on, but feel free to continue as much as you want.
No. This is chapter 61 here. I got it up on the screen.
Very top of the chapter.
Yep, that's it. Are you able to see that?
Oh. Are you sure that's 61?
Yeah. It's wisdom is begotten of the Father as fire from fire.
Okay. I'm sorry. 56. My bad.
Oh, 56. Okay. All right.
I apologize.
No problem.
I was looking at the Roman numeral 61 and then also 56. And I got a little confused. Okay. This is it right here. Okay. So first line, English. Moses, then, the blessed and faithful servant of God, declares that he who appeared to Abraham under the oak in Mamre is God, sent with the two angels in his company to judge Sodom by another, who remains ever in the super celestial places, invisible to all men, holding personal intercourse, maker and father, right? So he's making a distinction there between the God who appeared to Abraham with the two angels and this another, right? It says that God who appeared to Abraham was sent with two angels in his company by another. Do you see what I'm reading there?
Yeah.
So the God who appeared to Abraham, which is this created second God that's capable of doing these things, unlike the beyond all God, that the second or other God is with these two angels, he's saying. And it says they're all three sent by another. And he goes on to argue that this one who's God with these angels, he's different from them because he's this other God.
Right.
But what I want to focus here is very important from a point I'm going to make. That other God is sent with these two angels by another. Now, if you look over to the Greek side.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3. 5th line down.
This one here.
It says, yes. Pemphthese dua angelois hippa alu. Okay. Those 4 words are unbelievably powerful. So we have 2 angels and we have the God appearing to Moses, and from line 2 and line 3, if you just look above, you'll see Theou and Theos. So that God with those 2 angels is sent by Allahs, or Alu in the genitive. So there's 2 things I want to point out here to Father Kappas or anybody else. Number 1, in addition to hypereteo, which we have using to show the Logos is subject to the maker of all things because he's serving his Boule and his Gnōmē, that means you're subject to. And we have the other God who's below the God above whom there is no other. Right here, it's using hippa in the sense of governing direction. All 3 of these, the 2 angels and the other God, are sent by. There's that hippa subjection quality. He's sending them. They're sent by him. So that to me is a use of hippa on its own that requires subjection, because you're being sent by this other. That's what being subject to means, and ministering to your will. So I believe you have a use of hippa there that also means subject. You're sent by, you're subject to. In addition to hypereteo and the contrast with above whom, hyper. But the second point is that alu, right? So we have a use of hippa that I believe indicates on its own a subjection quality, because he's sending them. They're following his orders. But that alu right there, that's it right there, by another. According to Sam and I believe William, that means they're an absolutely separate individual being, like the other good angels, ton, alon, angelon, and other texts we like. So we have 2 things here, I think. We have clearly a subjective use of hippa, because the other one is sending this other God and the 2 angels. And we have that other, the beyond all God, referred to as Allahs. Just exclusively by another. So right here we have the supreme God absolutely referenced and described by Allahs, with a subjugating preposition hippa directed towards the God without the article who appeared to Moses, and dua, 2 angels. So I believe this proves that this God is metaphysically or by essence distinct from this other God and these 2 angels. That's what Allahs, well, according to Sam, and I think that there's no consubstantiality, so absent any articulated consubstantiality, it has to mean a separate being. So we have Allahs here used in an absolute sense, that he's the other one, he's the another one. And we have hippa used in a subjugating quality sense by him sending this other God and the angels. So their whole argument that hippa doesn't involve being subject to is false, based on the contrast with the other preposition hyper, and it's also proven false by the multiple uses of hypereteo for what the word does relative to the Father, serves him, that's subjugation. And we have this use here where hippa is used where the one God is literally sending them forth. They're his subjects to do his will. So you have hippa used in that sense again here, as in the other text that they deny it means subject to. They'd have to be subject to him here. What other use of hippa could be used here? If they're being sent by him, he's ordering them. They're subject to him. There's no other meaning you could have here than that they're his subjects. And the absolute use of Allahs. I don't see how, based on what they think about Allahs, they could say that there's any consubstantiality between this other God, these angels, and this Allahs that's sending them. So it's an absolute use of Allahs I wanted to bring out that I believe proves he is again separate in his nature, together with a governing use of hippa requiring subjection.
Yeah, I mean, it's very clear to me. And even Michael F. Bird, I mean, I keep bringing him up. But even he uses that translation of subject to when he discusses his passage in his text. So, I mean, it's just, you know, they made this big to do about it, but it's really a bunch of nothing.
That's true. Well, they're just lying, and they're hoping people won't, you know, I guess, be able to find out the truth.
Yeah, I guess.
Either way, everything they try to bring up, just it's inconsistent. We can blunt it with other examples, like I just did with hippa and allos. We've shown that heteros doesn't mean what they think it means. It means what we mean. And so does Philo. And they didn't understand any of this until we had this, you had this debate, and we had these subsequent discussions. You know, they should be thanking us because they've actually learned quite a bit, I hope, that they didn't know before. It's not going to change anything because they can't change their views, because then they'd be contradicting what they believe. But they at least can't say they were never told. William and this inspiring philosophy guy, or whoever is in this discussion, can never say we didn't spend the time to make it very clear where they're wrong and we're right about Justin not being a Trinitarian.
Yeah, unlike with them, they played 30 seconds of my opening statement and then skipped like an hour's worth of material. I mean,
well, that's where you had all your slides and evidence, so they don't want to see it.
Exactly. It's a complete joke. Let me see if I could pull this up really quick, actually, just to show people this passage here. Okay.
And, you know, while you're looking for that, I'll just say, you know, William is really writing checks he's never going to be able to cash. I mean, he's really pushing it. I guess he doesn't think he's ever going to be live with me, because if he is, it's over. I'm going to immediately test him because he's a liar. I think he's a fraud. Yeah, I think he literally is lying about his knowledge of Greek. From what I can see, I think he can read it. I think he can sound out the words. That's not too hard to do if you learn how to just pronounce the alphabet. But I doubt he could. I don't believe William would be able to grammatically analyze texts like we do. And I believe he's misrepresenting his level of knowledge. I mean, it's pretty obvious to anyone who really knows Greek that he's not in that category. He has a superficial level knowledge where he can read terms, but he misquotes sources all the time. He lies all the time, and he belittles people who clearly demonstrate they know more than he do. So we're not dealing with a good person here. And, you know, if he keeps doing this, if he keeps pushing this issue and making himself out to be this Greek scholar and I'm this dummy, then I'm going to call for a challenge. Let's get him live online. You pick a text randomly from any Greek source that we would be familiar with, and let's just do our best, right? I'm very confident in my ability to make sense out of most things, right? Even if I don't know all the words and verbs, I could break down most of the grammatical technical things and just say I don't know what this word is or this verb. I don't think William could do that. So if he doesn't stop this lying, if these guys don't stop, I mean, I've been studying Greek formally and informally for 35 years. I've been in multiple live debates with Greek scholars. I've been referenced by Greek scholars, and I've contributed to the study of Greek grammatical rules, including Sharp's rule, which I'm in the process of revising and correcting. So, you know, that's just one example. I could give many more. When I hear people like William, I don't hold myself out to be like this know-it-all or special, though. I just claim to know what I know, and I don't lie. I get up and I talk like you. I don't know what you're going to show me, and I just go. William is being protected by these cowards. And he's saying things like, right, like that Michael guy several times in that stream said, you know Greek, William, right? You know Greek, so you can say what this means. Yeah. No, he doesn't know Greek like that. He has a superficial knowledge, and based on his lack of sourcing, I'm not even sure he can look things up properly. But if he keeps doing this, right, keeps like slandering me, saying I don't know Greek, when I literally get up on a weekly basis and live talk about Greek and Hebrew, that if I'm so stupid, where are all the clips showing that I'm wrong? If I don't know what I'm talking about, I mean, why am I able to just analyze things that are put right before me? And they don't. Again, I don't claim to know everything, but he's claiming I don't know anything, and he does. So if he doesn't stop that, I'm going to call for an open challenge, a live challenge, where I believe, you know, you can randomly pick a text for him, and he can have a Trinitarian randomly pick a text for me. And we'll see knows what the hell they're talking about. Okay, so I've had it with these guys. They keep challenging me, and they want to see who's really knows what they're talking about. Well, I've got a challenge that we can do. Okay, we'll see you deal with the text you've never seen before and how much you can figure out in it, and I'll do the same thing. So I'm not going to take their crap anymore. Either they start telling the truth and being respectful, or they can disagree, right? I don't care about that. But once you start slandering, you say, I don't know something I know, and you do and you don't, okay, well, then we got a problem. And guess what? We can solve that problem, William. So you keep running your mouth, okay? And we'll put a live test together, and we'll find out who's a fraud and who's not.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea, actually. I just wanted to show very quickly here look, this is Michael F. Bird. The angel who appeared to Abraham is for Justin, another Lord and God who is subject to the maker of all things, right? Because they made this big, to do about using the term subject and from the translation. Well, Michael F. Bird uses the same translation as subject to for that same passage. So if they have a problem with us saying subject to, they can go cry to Michael Bird and tell him to correct his text as well. But
what do they say it means, by the way, just real quick? I still haven't, I know they keep saying under.
Yeah, they keep saying under, but they try to make it seem like it's Greg, like it's merely under in terms of location, because like when Justin is saying that, he's referring to the Son on earth. So like the Father is above heaven, and then the Son is spatially on earth. So in some sense, he's under the Father. That's what it seems like they're trying to say, but it's just ridiculous, man. I mean,
that's not what Justin says. And so how are they going to explain hypereteo, right? It clearly means he's serving him. Well, what does being subject to mean if not serving? What do they mean by subject? They don't even seem to know what being subject to means. It means you serve that one. You're the one, you do what they tell you. Just like we just saw by hippa alu. So I don't even think they know what they're saying. They're just repeating Trinitarian terms in this whole economy of the Godhead that they think won't get them in trouble, but it's not related to the actual text we're dealing with. So,
somebody just asked a question. 1 second. Jake, can you cover the passage of more kingly and just in the Greek, please? Let me see if I can quickly bring that up. I think that's in, let's see, is it first? I think it's in the first apology. Let me just try to bring that up quickly. I don't know. I think that we pretty much covered everything, Greg. I don't know, unless there was anything I missed out on that you particularly wanted to cover. Otherwise, we'll just hit on this last one and then I guess close it out.
I think we've covered sufficient enough material to show that these guys lost the debate. William lost the debate with you. They did not establish Justin was a Trinitarian. They've misread him on the whole light sun analogy. They've misapplied his text from Daniel 7:14 involving the Trypho as definitively applying to the Son when that is not the case. So they didn't even know the Greek there. They have lied about the uses of gnōmē and boule and don't even appear to know that Jesus is begotten from his Philo. So, I mean, if these are their best, and this is the peak of Catholic scholarship, then it's pretty much over for them. I probably will go ahead and destroy this article that him and Father Kappas put together. Is not a major article, and I guess he thinks it is. So I'll go ahead and do that. I'll be happy to send you a draft, and you can add to it, and we can jointly send it out if you would like. But probably a week I'll have that together. It's really simple stuff, and I don't think these guys really know what they're getting into. But I realize they're in a tough spot. They're looked to as these religious authorities by people. The Catholic Church has empowered them in ways that no Christian should be. So they're full of themselves. They're full of their false history and fake theology. So probably nothing's going to change. We're just going to have to pick our battles wisely, not waste our time when we've already destroyed them, but make it very clear to everybody where they're lying and where they're committing fraud by claiming to know things they don't know and that they can't show.
Yeah, so this is the text that he was asking about. It says, and that you will not succeed is declared by the word, than whom after God who begat him we know there is no ruler more kingly and just. So I use this passage to show that Justin believed that the Father was more kingly and just, meaning the Father is more just than the Son. Well, you can't be an Orthodox Trinitarian and believe that the Father is more just than the Son. So I don't know if you can find this in the Greek.
Yeah, it's right there. It's under number 7.
Okay.
So which part is it you wanted to know more about again?
No, I mean, he just asked if you could cover that passage in the Greek.
Okay.
I don't know.
So it says, the word declared not is someone more kingly. It uses the comparative form, basilikotatan, and dikaiatatan, more kingly, superlative comparative forms that create an elevated level of relationship. So he says the word declared that there was no one more kingly and just, and no ruler after the God who begat him, after the one whom God begat, the word, referring back to the word. So it says after ton gene santa theon, after the who begat him God, right? The Greek breaks up expressions that, in English we put together. So it says it's grammatically tied, ton to theon, and then the gene santa refers to the word or his action in begetting the word, the God who begat the word, begat him. So it says it says that the Logos declares that there is no one more kingly and just than the God who begat him. It says, it uses other verbs like we know, that whom we know, but I'm just kind of focusing on the key terms, that the word declares there's no one more kingly and just after the God who begat him. So it says meta means after. So there's the God who begat the word. Ton gene santa theon. There's no one after. Udena. Udena means no one, and meta means after. And oidamen means that we know existing. So the last part, word declared no one more kingly and just, or no ruler more kingly and just. I'm sorry. Archanta is actually being described. So there's no ruler more kingly and just after the God who begat the word.
Him.
We know no one. We know oidamen. We know no one. Oidena udamen. We know no one existing on top. It uses the actual existential verb. We know no one existing after the God who begat the word, who is more kingly and just. That's another way you could translate it. So it very clearly says the God who begat the word is the most kingly and just that they know who exists.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what it says.
Yeah, exactly. Which was my whole point, was to say that the word there is declaring that the Father, or the God who begat the word, is more kingly and just than the word himself. And I showed this. Yeah. And I showed that
no one more kingly and just than that God.
Exactly.
It says in fact, it's even more. We know no one existing who is more just and kingly as a ruler. Those last 3 words right there, no one, we know existing. So that's everything in all of existence, right? We don't know of any, so they know the word, they know the Holy Spirit. But
and the word is mentioned in the passage, so it's being contrasted between the word and the one who begat the word.
Right. And and there's no one that they know existing more kingly and just as a ruler than him, is what it says.
Exactly. Yeah. So that was the point. And then I also showed that in a footnote of the Falls translation of the text, he actually cites this as an example of Justin's subordinationism, because he's saying that the Father, or the God who is the unbegotten God, is more kingly and just than the begotten God, the Word. So, I mean, William had no answer to this. I don't even think he even pondered upon this text before, and it was just complete destruction.
But it says the same verb. That same verb is used where the text where it says that after the unbegotten, everything is created and begot uncorruptible.
Yeah.
It used the same verb there, gene santa, right? So for what is begotten. And it's here directly describing the Word and everything else begotten after him. So it's including the Word with everything begotten right here, just like in that other text. But they tried to say that it was talking about mortals there. But here it puts the Logos with everything else begotten. The God who begat him, and that's the Logos, and there's after him. After that God who begat the Logos, no one's more kingly and just. So if they want to make this exclusive to the Word, they'd have to say it's not talking about mortals here, or that it's only talking about mortals here, right?
Right.
Here it's talking about both. It's talking about all. Even in that other passage, it said all of the remaining after this. Here it says, it doesn't use all, but it says we know of no one existing. That's like all. Those last three words are basically even more than all. No one we know who is existing is more righteous and kingly as a ruler after the God who begat the Word. So it's existentially complete, and it's not going to work for them to try to limit it when it's put in those terms. They're just trying to qualify it in a way Justin doesn't. So it doesn't mean what he makes it mean, even though he contrasts it with the unbegotten God that they don't believe the Logos is a part of either. So they lose every way you could imagine, but they don't care. They'll just keep reading their distinctions into it. As clear as those texts you just showed me are, won't make any difference, because to them, like we said, they're going to reinterpret Gnōmē or Gnōmē as meaning eternal or not creation. They're just lying.
Yeah, at this point, that's all it is. It's just more dishonesty. It's just different layers that they just keep adding of more dishonesty. But maybe, that's actually a good thought. Maybe we should at some point do a live stream where, look, we've already presented all the facts, and just we invite Trinitarians on, hopefully William and Mr. Scam or Father Kappas or any of these people.
Anyone.
Their followers. Yeah, we could just
humiliate two of their greatest enemies live. Real easy, right? We're so stupid anyway.
So maybe we can do that. Yeah, maybe we can do a live stream, Greg, where it's like, okay, we've already presented all the facts. They're not rebutting any of our stuff. So now we'll have an open live stream. They can come on, or any of their Trinitarian followers can come on, and they can challenge us on what we've presented, and we'll see what it is. So
I think that's a great idea, and it will finally prove that these guys are liars. It's upsetting me how much fraud, this whole, you can disagree, but now they're really just in full attack mode and slandering people. So I'm all for anything that's going to expose them and what they're doing.
Okay. Well, me too. With that being said, I hope that everybody enjoyed this and found it educational. Greg, I put a link to your YouTube channel in the description of this video. So other people were asking, but we explained it many times. If people want to get more information about Greg, he's former Jehovah's Witness, but he still holds to, the core point about their theology about who Jesus was, and there being only one Most High God, the Father, and so on and so forth. But if you want more information about him, you can go to his website or his YouTube channel, which I put as a link in the description of this video. Do you have any final thoughts or anything you wanted to add before we close out, Greg?
Just thanks to you for what you did. I wish more Christian non-Trinitarians would take these things as seriously as you did. I was very, very proud to see someone go to that extent. That's not easy to do, and in the face of people who are telling you you're a liar and you're wrong. So I wanted to give you support and let you know that there are people who absolutely see what you see on these issues. And I appreciate the opportunity to come on with you and talk further about them. So if you ever would like to do so again, just let me know.
Yeah, definitely. I think we should probably, the next thing we should do, which will be the last step, I think, is just do an open stream where we invite people on. If they want to come on, they can challenge anything we've presented thus far. We have all the material and sources there that we've been using, and we welcome any challenge, and we'll just see. I doubt that many of them will show up, but we can see what it is and go
Let's
from
get
there.
their best Greek people, right? This is what they keep saying, that they know all this and we don't. So so it should be real easy for them to line up some Greek experts and challenge us.
Exactly. All right, guys. With that being said, Greg, just stick around right after.
Okay.
I'm just going to put the outro, and then I'll have something to say with you. And but until next time, guys, God willing, I'll see you again next time. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.